on Greenwich Country Day for a final site plan and special permit. Does anybody want to discuss this item before we entertain a motion?
You hit record, right, Margarita?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
It's not coming up on my thing for some reason.
It says recording on mine.
Okay, good. Oh, I see it now. Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, does anybody want to have a discussion on this item? Who is seated?
I think maybe we should maybe have some clarification on the third-party users that was brought up in the previous meetings. I just it was between the last time we met and now. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page and we had the same thoughts on that.
Okay. What I remember is that it was the Boys and Girls Club. I had asked Marisa earlier this week because I remember that coming up, that they were letting the Boys and Girls Club use their facilities, and that I myself couldn't quite recall the accommodation that we got to.
Okay, I think what the applicant was telling us is that they would require third-party users to go up the hill or back to the old church campus for parking. But I think it's maybe a clarification of what they were talking about. I think it was called special events or special happenings at the site. And I just wanted to know or what we thought about, should everybody park at Old Church and walk over? Is it okay that if there's special events, everybody can park on Cardinal Road? It's really kind of, how do we figure that out, or how do we kind of?
Well, the Cardinal Road, they're going to have that gate, and it was pretty specific in the discussions with the neighbors in Cardinal Road that there would not be that Cardinal Road would be kept from being loaded down with cars.
Okay.
So that's what I remember about it. Was a Boys and Girls Club that you're talking about specifically, but the conversation was that we didn't want boatloads of cars coming in when it was Cardinal Road and using Cardinal Road.
I'm thinking, worst case scenario, just hypothetical kind of thing where, a local community organization, if you would, actually wants to have a carnival on the fields, that kind of thing. That would just inundate Cardinal Road. Is there an idea on that, or is it? Am I thinking of this out? Thinking of this in the wrong way?
I don't think that we ever were going to allow that type of use. It was only using the athletic facilities for athletic purposes. But why don't you just put that in the resolution? Does everybody agree with that? Katie, you're frowning, which means you're thinking something.
No, I think that makes sense given the situation with the parking over.
Okay.
And to be clear, we did resolve any issues about the neighbors had. They resolved them, correct?
Yes.
And the third party users then similarly would be using it for athletic purposes only.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Do we have anything else that anybody wants to discuss of the four of us who are seated on this? All right. So given that, Mr. McRae, would you take a shot at a motion?
Okay. It's 23 and 47 Fairfield Road, final site plan special permit 2019, 530 and 504, or is it? I'll get that as number straight. Applicant is seeking to construct a building and site plan improvements to accommodate renovations to Greenwich Country Day School's athletic fields in the RA1 zone. The commission finds that Wetlands issued a permit 2019 number 128 effective 12/2019. Zoning issued comments on July 21st, 20, endorsing the proposal for zoning permit sign off. DPW issued comments dated 7/31/20, indicating all outstanding issues can be addressed prior to zoning building permit. Beta issued comments on 7/20/20, saying that they have no outstanding issues. Conservation issued comments on 7/20/20 and lists the recommendations for the project. ARC issued recommendations after their 7/15/20 meeting. The project received a unanimous do not return. The applicant has indicated there are no proposed playing field lighting systems proposed for any one of the existing or proposed fields. The applicant has provided a mutual easement agreement signed by both the Greenwich Skating Club and Greenwich Country Day dated 7/17/20, which formalizes their parking agreement. Greenwich Country Days will not be using the skating club bathrooms. School will be using the existing restroom facilities located at the site and will provide temporary accessible restroom facilities during its spring and fall seasons. A larger temporary facility may be used on a limited basis if a larger event is scheduled. This is enumerated on drawing SKC 01 dated 7/31/20 by Malona McBroom, showing the proposed portable unit location. The school will require the students to change their respective campus at their respective campus of origin before coming to Cardinal Field.
I'm sorry. Part
yeah.
again?
Excuse me?
I didn't understand that. Can you say that sentence again?
The school will require students to change at their respective campus of origin before
Okay.
coming to the Cardinal World Field.
Thank you.
The applicants agreed to establish a Cardinal Road Traffic and Parking Monitoring Committee to have continued dialogue concerning traffic and parking conditions on Cardinal Road. The committee will include the school's traffic engineer, a representative of Country Day, a representative from the skating club, and a representative from the residential neighborhood. Applicant has agreed to implement more intensive monitoring enforcement protocols for the unauthorized use of Cardinal Road, the parking areas and fields by the following action. Country Day staff will patrol Cardinal Road and its fields on a regular basis. They will install gating mechanisms to prohibit access to its parking lots when the fields are not in use.
Nick.
Yeah.
Margarita, you see that Dave's got his hand up, right?
Oh, sorry.
Off of 95.
Yeah.
Since I interrupted you, Mr. McRae, the traffic monitoring, that's to start after the CO is issued, right?
Yes.
And then that's, is that going to be, like, when would you expect the first one? Is that like within 3 months, 6 months, or?
I think it seemed to me that it actually was going to be an ongoing thing to make sure that actually that Country Day and the neighbors and the skating club are all comfortable that there's nobody down there parking, but on an ongoing basis. That way, it remains free of traffic and parking that for people who are not actually supposed to be on Cardinal Road.
Okay.
So actually, for example, the next thing, Country Day they're going to contact the towing company to tow unauthorized vehicles found illegally parked on the Cardinal Road or in the school's parking lots. And they agreed to install appropriate signage at key points along Cardinal to identify the road as private, no trespassing, and alert the public of the threat of towing. Let's see, applicant has agreed to begin removal of invasive species along Greenwich Creek and expand this effort to the southern reaches of the creek and to the eastern and northern side of the stream, and has agreed to work with Wetlands and Conservation to develop a long-term management plan to keep the invasive species from growing back in. The applicant has agreed to install speed reduction structures, speed humps, should the neighbors request them, and DPW has authorized them. Applicant has agreed to install 7 new trees and 15 new shrubs to provide additional screening between 65 Fairfield backyard and Cardinal Road. Additional landscaping is shown on a drawing titled Cardinal Road Supplemental Landscaping, dated 7/19/20 by Malone McBroom. The plan has been reviewed and approved by the property owner of 65 Fairfield. And then actually, this is where we need a little help. Applicant has agreed to require any third-party users of Cardinal Road and Fields to park, drop off, and pick up at its Old Church Road campus. Is that sufficient
party.
or?
Third party meaning what? The visiting team?
No, pro bono. This was the pro bono with Greenwich Boys and Girls Club. What they said, what Adam said, what Mr. Rhodey said at the last meeting, well, but the penultimate and then the last, was that they have an agreement where they let people use their facilities. And so we were a little freaked out about that. And this was the accommodation that they made.
Okay, and then when you said the traffic, the school agreed to put in the traffic humps or whatever, you
I
had
think
said
it's all,
if the neighbors wanted it, but presumably, I mean, obviously the neighbors can't just say, I want to put them in kind of thing.
oh
There's
no,
gotta-
I think, yeah,
they-
it was, they would actually, if the neighbors think that the speed has gotten out of hand, I think it was Country Day would be looking to say, you know, maybe they could put in speed humps, but only if DPW authorizes the installation. I think that would be more, it'd be more of a making sure that it's possible, and that if they're going in, that they're not going to actually create a hazard as opposed to a reduction in speed.
Gotcha, okay.
Now with the third party users, it's that whole issue of, say, you know, require third party nonprofit, or is it third party community users?
I would just say, you know, third party and just leave it there, because you don't want anybody, you certainly don't want, you know, them renting out the facility at this point until we know how it goes. So I don't think we
Right.
need to split that hair.
Okay.
Let me just check with you. Have you gotten to the part where they come in and report and all of that?
Not yet.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So with that, therefore, a motion to approve the application for final site plan with the following conditions. Applicant will submit an updated event traffic and parking management plan. The submission will include changes, track, and a clean version with all changes accepted. The applicant shall return to planning and zoning if at any time field lighting systems are proposed by any one of the existing or proposed practice or playing fields. Applicant shall abide by any and all previous approvals and conditions, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues. So I think that's actually the event traffic and parking management plan. I think that's what we were looking for.
That we were going to have them come in and give us an update. Then the other thing was the Cardinal Road gate, you did say, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can anybody think of anything that they would add at this point? All right. Okay. All right. So that should be it. Do I have a second?
I second.
Victoria Goss has seconded. I'm going to take a voice vote. Lowe,
Yes,
Goss,
Yes,
McRae,
Yes.
and Hardman.
no. It's just the four of us, isn't it, Margarita?
1, 2. Oh, yes, of course. I'm zoning out. Okay. Yes, you were good. Okay.
Well, no,
All
you
right.
have to declare.
Excuse me. Yes. And I vote in favor. Aye. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. So with that, we begin the rest of the meeting. And Dave and Dennis, if you could step back in.
okay, and I'm stepping off and
Goodbye, Victoria.
Victoria,
until next time.
yes.
So before we started, good luck with tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Dennis, Dave, are you there?
I am.
I'm
You gotta
here.
let me in.
Okay,
You gotta
you
let
guys
me
are-
in.
Gotta let you in.
I'm here, Margarita.
Okay, so before we begin hearing, sorry, you guys, before we begin hearing the first application, Dave, you should be good. Oh, you still can't do your vid. Before we begin hearing the first application, this evening, Mr. Levy is absent and Dennis Yeski will be seated for Mr. Levy for all applications. In addition, Mr. McRae is recusing himself on application number 12, Five Boys LLC at 6 Meadowcroft Lane. And Mr. Lowe will be seated for Mr. McRae on that application. And with that, we begin our first item, which is Aquarian Water Company for a final subdivision at 836 Lake Avenue. Do we have he's got his hand up.
It's got her hand up, yep.
Yep, I got it. Okay, Jackie, you should be good. Now, Jackie?
I am here. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I do have several consultants here with me,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
may we also elevate them to presentation status?
Yes, please. Would you identify them or ask, you know what, consultants, could you raise your hands?
That would be great. That includes Mark Lancour,
Got him?
Bill Kenny, Mark Ockman, Terry Gallagher.
Well, wait a second. We're going to stop you when you outnumber us, just so you know.
Oh, okay. And then I also have the applicant, Liz Camarino Schultz, who is their Director of Real Estate, who would also like to be here. If you cannot elevate her, then.
No, we can do it. It's okay.
you.
No, but okay, so, okay, they haven't outnumbered us yet, but
Jackie,
Katie,
Mark, Bill, do we have Terry Gallagher here?
we have everybody here. We have Jackie Kaufman, Mark Lancour, William Kenny, Adam Jacobson, Teresa Gallagher, and Liz Schultz. And why am I
Wonderful.
not seeing, oh, there you are. Okay.
I'm here. I do need you to please, it says that the host has denied access for my video.
I hope we can do this. Okay, try it again.
Thank you. And Katie, will you be bringing up the plans?
Unfortunately, Pat is in charge of that and he's having internet problems. He should
Okay.
momentarily though.
So, Jackie, can you screen share?
I can, although because I had not been advised to do that, I don't have it up in
Sorry.
front of me.
We've
So
been
I'm
having
happy-
a, we've
I'm
been
happy
having
to
a,
do that. I just need a few minutes to
no problem. We've
pull
been having,
everything up.
can you double tap, can you multitask? Can you like talk a little bit or just go ahead and look for the plans, whatever you
Well,
want
the
to do?
plans will take me a while to bring up, but I can start talking. In fact, can we,
Yeah.
if we can elevate, I've got just give me one moment. Let's see. I wonder if our consultants have the ability to bring up their own plans. Do you have the ability to do that, gentlemen? Mark, Bill, is that
Yeah.
easier for you to bring up your own plans?
Sure, I can bring up the landscape.
Yeah,
That would be
I mean,
great.
we
Mark,
have
do you have the ability
actually-
to bring up yours?
I can do that too, Jackie. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think that's probably the best. So why don't I start speaking and I'll give you, I'll start with an overview and they can bring up the plans and we can circle back to those.
That
Does that
sounds,
sound like a good use of time?
Yep.
You have to share the screen with us though,
Share the screen with you.
Eventually.
eventually.
Sure.
Eventually.
I'll let you work on bringing your plans up and then I will, and I'll start now. So thank you. Thank you for that and for working with us. My name is Jackie Kaufman. I'm an attorney with Carmody Torrance, Sandak and Hennessy, and we represent Aquarian Water Company of Connecticut, the owner of the subject parcel for which they seek a 4-lot subdivision. Aquarian is represented here tonight by Elizabeth Camarino Schultz, the Director of Real Estate, and also with us, as we've just discussed, are our consultants, Mark Lancour, our civil engineer with Dymar, Bill Kenny with William Kenny Associates LLC, our soil scientist and biologist, Terry Gallagher with DiCarlo and Dahl, Luke's consulting engineer, our drainage consultant, and Mark Ockman, our land surveyor, and also Jason Klein, my associate. So together we feel confident that we can answer any question that you have tonight. The partner in this plan with Aquarian is the Greenwich Land Trust, and the largest of the 4 parcels will be transferred hopefully at the end of this month as scheduled to the Greenwich Land Trust. And Will Keys, the executive director, has been a great partner to Aquarian, and together they've worked very closely with the town to achieve the plan that's before you tonight. We've worked very closely too with your staff over the past year, and they've been nothing short of excellent. We have tried to hustle up as quickly as possible as we can with our corresponding municipal departments, some of which have been easier to get to than others. So we'll get to some of those points as I go through and those department comments, but we have, we think, responded to all of those to the best of our ability by tonight. The land itself, the address is 836 Lake Avenue. It's located in the Converse Pond Brook and Byram River watershed. It's located in the RA4 zone and consists of just over 98 acres. So the 4-lot proposal is as follows, and we'll see this on the map when we bring it up shortly. There are 2 4-acre residential lots proposed off of Cherry Valley. And as you'll see on the map when we orient ourselves, the address, which is Lake Avenue, that this large parcel of land really has access from Cherry and also from Lake. So the 2 residential lots are requested off of Cherry Valley Road, 4 acres each, and they're designed in a manner that completely conforms and is consistent with the RA4 zoning regulations. So we put forth a conceptual plan to demonstrate the feasibility of the lot as building lots. And our consultants will go through those plans with you momentarily. The 3rd lot is the 72-acre open space lot, or 72-acre lot, which is going to be deed restricted as an open space lot and conveyed to the Greenwich Land Trust. The 4th lot is approximately 18 acres, and this lot is to be maintained by Aquarian. The land itself, the 98 acres, is currently what we call class 1, 2, and 3 land in the watershed area. These have different levels of protection, and it has been statutorily protected for many, many years until recently. The Connecticut General Statutes under 1643 and the regulations of state agencies, section 1643(2), now permits a public service company like Aquarian to sell class 3 land subject to review by PURA, the Public Utility Regulatory Authority. And that has been granted, which puts us before you tonight. Aquarian's owned this land in these lots for over 100 years, whether it's under their name or a prior name. So Connecticut American acquired the GW company and held that land until 2002. And that was around the turn of the century until 2002. And at that point, Bridgeport Hydraulic Company acquired Connecticut American and changed its name to Aquarian. So it has been long protected land. The 72-acre lot now we think is a great addition for the town. It has long been used as open space by members of the public unofficially, and there will be obviously more official opportunity for them to use it under the control and hand of the Greenwich Land Trust. The residential lot proposals show 2 feasible residential lots with 2 feasible building pads. We think that these are both modest and very much contained. You'll see there they are centrally located in each lot and have been very thoughtfully designed and mitigated to create a plan that has no adverse impacts. And that has been corroborated by the approval we received recently from the Inland Wetlands Authority and also the Conservation Commission. So what you will see shortly is that these proposals have included review of grading, cut and fill, driveway and drainage improvements within or adjacent to regulated areas, and then full building pads. We believe that each and every one of the subdivision requirements has been addressed and met, as well as designing 2 compliant RA4 lots. And I will go through momentarily after Mark and Bill have a chance to review the plan with you, some of the additional comments in the staff report. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Lecor.
Okay, now we have to, let me see if I can get myself up here. Now I got to share a screen here. Is somebody going to share the screen with me?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Try again.
Okay, so you can see,
You should be able to screen share now.
yeah. Share the screen, I'm doing that. Let me just 1 second. Can you see this, the drawings?
We got it. We got it. That's great.
Okay, so this is actually all the drawings that were submitted under the civil package, which I'm going to immediately take you to C3. I'm going to try to, if I have to, I can try to increase the size a little bit so that you can see it more relative to the lots 1 and 2. Let's just see, maybe. How's that working?
That's good.
That's good. Okay. So my name's Mark Lankor. For the public record, I am the principal engineer with Dymar, located in 800 Main Street South in Southbury, Connecticut. And here is the site civil engineer that's worked on behalf of Aquarian in producing the site civil plans for the project. Just to capture some of what Jackie has given the commission is that the primary focus that we were looking at was obviously is in the class 3 lands, which is approximately 80 acres, of which we have comprised of 3 lots really. You have the 2 residential lots, each 4 acres each, noted as lot 1 and lot 2. And then you have approximately 72 plus acres of the open space, which is everything pretty much west of these 2 lots between Cherry Valley Road and and Lake.
The plan that's up before you two that you're seeing, Mark has the cursor over it. This represents a portion of the westerly boundary of the site, which is off of Cherry Valley. The large 72-acre site is not included on this plan. You just see the side of it right here, and it extends easterly out to Lake, and then the 18 acres is closer to, there we go. That's more of it, but not all of it. It's very hard to fit on one plan, but what you see, Mark, if you can just take your cursor and point to lots 1.
This is lot 1.
And lot 2. And if you can just identify the center line, it's easier to read now on this plan, that divides the 2 in the center between lot 1 and 2. Show them where that division line is. Thank you so much. Okay, perfect.
So this is the lot lines in which it makes the 2 lots conform to the zoning regulations. In particular, the staff reports has been noting, do we meet the 125 feet frontage that is for lot number 2? And yes, we do, although I do not have the subdivision plan up in front, which was prepared by Achman Associates. They have clearly identified on their plan that we meet all the zoning requirements in terms of the bulk standards for frontage and the 125 foot requirement that needs to be shown in order to consider it as a front lot, plus the 300-foot circle. Again, that's on a set of drawings that were prepared by Achman Associates, and it's been well documented that we meet all those standards.
And in fact, as part of that, when we first were looking at this over a year ago, we were looking at potentially 3 lots here. And this was a much more conservative plan and alleviated any potential zoning issues as related to area, height, and bulk. It was also designed by the town. So we had spent quite a bit of time to ensure that we could meet all of these standards.
Right. So Bill Kenny will probably be able to show you the broader, bigger picture because he had to look at it from an environmental side. As much as, we've gone through inland wetlands and conservation, I think it's extremely important even for this commission to know the breadth of what is involved in this piece of property and how much value it has to the town. These two lots, like I say, completely conform. The areas that are shown in orange here are actually the upland regulated area, upland review area that we've had to involve ourselves within the wetlands. All the green areas, dark green areas are the wetlands that are associated with the property, which is approximately 25 plus acres of wetlands that are associated with it. The blue shows Converse Pond Brook, which bisects through the property. That originates north of the property of the area that is part of the Class 1 and Class 2 lands. It's simple, 2 lots. We've had and I'll let Terry Gallagher get into just basically briefly on the stormwater management plan, but we've conformed with all the LID practices and introduce a number of those in order to demonstrate that we would have no impact the downstream resources and that we meet your stormwater guidelines.
Mr. Lancourt, just one question. From what
Sure.
two questions really. From what I saw today, DPW is okay now with what you are proposing.
Yes.
But you
muted yourself, Madam Chair.
I don't know how that keeps happening. Okay, so but the health department, you have not gotten the approval for the septic on these right now, as of now.
And I'll let Jackie speak to that, but we have, and just as we received our first set of comments on Friday at 4:30 at the end of the day. And then, obviously we followed up immediately with the health department on Tuesday, and we have worked diligently to get all their comments addressed. Frankly, the comments are administrative. It's nothing that talks about actual feasibility in terms of whether the site, we're talking 2 4-acre sites, whether we have suitable area. We did take care of all those administrative items, got them back into the health department today, along with the revised plans in terms of the format of how they like them. And I'm very confident that we've addressed those areas and that these lots are technically feasible to support a septic system.
Okay, I thought you had gotten staff comments about the septic issue when you were going to originally come in. Katie, is there a way that we could move forward on this without the septic having been done?
Not really. I understand that they, the new plans came in, but I wouldn't advise doing that. I think it would be a better idea to get everything cleaned up and then get it on the next meeting.
Okay.
And that, but
I'm sorry, Jackie, I'm Ms. Kaufman. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to cut off Ms. DeLuca. I'll whenever she's finished, I'll return.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I understand it's not ideal, but without, don't technically have the approval from them.
And that's correct. We received their comments. We responded to those. All of those plans have been revised, and in anticipation of submitting those revised plans today, we spent time on the phone with them yesterday and provided a narrative both to zoning staff and to health staff, essentially agreeing to modify the plans to suit all of the comments and accommodate all of the comments.
Okay.
And that has been achieved. So as Mark said, we do feel very confident that we can have that approval. We'd like to go forward with this now, and as best we can, and we can revisit it again at the end. And we feel that we've addressed all of them. We do not have an endorsement. I did receive an email today saying that they had received the plans but didn't have a chance to look at them in the afternoon, despite everyone's best efforts to do so, and that the Planning and Zoning Commission could elect to move forward as it wishes.
Ms. Kaufman, what I just asked, that was the question. I was just asking Katie if we actually could move forward in some fashion.
I see Pat Sester has raised her hand. I know she's been had a lot of conversations with the health department. She's the director of environmental affairs. I presume she's got additional information to share.
Pat Sesto, I've just brought you in as a panelist. Hello there.
Yep, just giving all my guesses and the like. I did have, my video stopped, but you don't need to see me.
Try again, Pat. I have to make you co-host these days to get your video on, and it's a two-step process. Go ahead.
I did have
Hello.
an opportunity to review the list that the health department had put out to the applicant last Friday. 1 through 9, as far as I could see, were all administrative sorts of things, like you need to put a locus map on a plan. Something's on 2 sheets, it needs to be on 1 sheet. So really administrative sort of tasks. The one piece that I could not identify as being administrative was item 10, which had to do with a test hole that was not witnessed and therefore could not be considered. The data associated with that hole could not be considered as part of the MLSS calculation and citing. So I don't know if Mr. Lancor has addressed that specifically, but that to me was, of the 10 items, the only one that was substantive beyond administrative. I mean, I'm sure they all have value.
And to your point, Pat, yes, we did address item 10. All we did is shift the septic system area, and we ended up actually showing the actual size of the test pits so that they could be inclusive. So we've covered that basis. That, again, in my mind, is an administrative, because the public health code basically says you're supposed to show 2 test holes within the primary area. So we actually accomplished that by shifting a few things around and got it taken care of. So that has been addressed. It had nothing to do with the sizing or the feasibility. All the material, all the soil testing that was witnessed, all complies with the public health code. So we're very confident and very comfortable that all those items have been addressed. And to your point, 1 through 9 was really administrative, and only 10 was the only one that we really had to address. And I believe we've done that. We've done that successfully. Unfortunately, staff had not had a chance to review it today.
Katie?
I don't know, I'm hesitant on this one.
That's why I'm asking you. I mean, we need your guidance on this because it's not our practice. I very much would like to be able to move this forward. And I didn't mean to interrupt the presentation, but the most important thing was to set the expectation of what they could accomplish tonight in my mind. So
I would feel better if Pat had spoken to, and did you say, Ms. Sesto, that you did speak with the health department about item 10 or no? If there had been a, department to department conversation about item 10, that would be one thing, but I'm not hearing that.
The reviewer of the plan she had field appointments this afternoon, so she could not review that. She was not able to review the submission from today.
Okay.
Mrs. Dulucka, looking at what we have here, was the open space, the deed restrictions, was that submitted as well and approved or looked at? I just want to make sure, what do we actually have approved or endorsed here by the various departments? I mean, we've got conservation. It looks like zoning's been resolved because the
300-foot circles were there, yeah.
Right, that's all there. DPW gave us something today. Health department's still out. Wetlands is okay.
It's only health, Nick.
It's only health. The tree warden did go and look at the site and worked with DPW on site distance issues. So I think it's literally just this last issue.
It's the last issue that the site distance, that tree that has to be removed for the site distance, that warden signed off on it, it's all done. And
the law department's been working closely with the land trust and with Ms. Sesto and the applicant. So I think the documents that you referred to are in good shape. And, you know, I'm not worried about that. I think it's just this business with health.
Okay.
There's
If,
no way, because the key is that there can be no development on the lot, on the residential lots until they have health. There's no way that we could hold it up until we have, I mean, we've never done it before, and I've never tried this to do for another applicant, but here we, I mean, normally I just say, sorry, you don't have it, but you know, this is to a great benefit to the town, and we know that.
The timing would still work, I believe, if you took action on the 22nd. Is that right, Ms. Sesto?
What are the, oh,
It's a must decide. They have an extension to the end of October. If they
Not-
would be willing to grant us the extension. It's currently a must decide tonight, but if they granted us the extension, it could go to October, to the end
I
of
mean,
October.
The key thing is not messing up the RTM schedule.
that's the problem, that the applicant absolutely will, will accommodate health, and we would accept a condition that would say that, prior to the filing of the subdivision map, all requirements of the health department shall be satisfied. And that would, that certainly gives, an additional 90-day window, because it's 90 days for that to be satisfied. But I will tell you that it's a very in the best interest of Aquarian and the town to address those ASAP, because there is a scheduled closing at the end of this month, and the RTM is scheduled to.
Are you before the?
Monday before.
How about this? So
Are you at the RTM meeting? Pat, are you guys on the RTM meeting for the 21st?
Yes.
So let me ask you this. So the item number 10 is a problem on just one of the lots, right?
It's on Katie, it's on lot number 1, and it's not, it's not a problem. It's a matter of shifting a septic system to make sure that I have the test pits that they witnessed are in the septic area.
It's a procedural issue.
Yes.
Mark, I understand
Yeah,
what you're saying. What about, so just to put this back on the applicant then, if there is an agreement that if for some reason you don't get the approval from health, that lot number 1 becomes an open space parcel?
I don't know that we're in a position to close it to approve that, but I think that if you do not have the endorsement of health, then filing the subdivision, it's a condition, then filing the subdivision map would not be feasible. No, it would be that prior to the filing of the subdivision map.
Let me ask you one other crazy thing, Katie. If they can get the health department to sign off, what if we have a special meeting before the RTM meeting?
Yeah, that works. I mean, under the
You guys
executive,
good with that? We'll have a meeting just for this.
because under the executive order, we just have to notice the one time.
Okay,
there's
so
not-
today's the 9th. You are going before the RTM on Monday, the 20, what is that date?
That is
20,
the
21st.
21st. So you're
Right.
going before the RTM, so 21, 20, 19, on we could have it on the 18th. Pat Sesto, speak.
Thank you. I start my meetings with the subcommittees on the 14th.
Okay, so today's the 9th.
Next Monday.
Yes.
Well,
You got 2 days. I mean, we'll do whatever. Pat, Katie, how much notice time do we need?
What we could do is we could put it, we have a notice meeting already on the 11th. Oh no, that's for no.
Affordable housing. Pat, you don't have to have it in place till it's actually before the RTM. You can meet with the subcommittees and
Oh.
the districts, right? Don't you
Yes.
think? I mean, you just tell them that P&Z is a bunch of little rule followers and we got to follow our rules. I mean, go ahead.
It's the MI piece that actually they're voting on.
I know, but we can't do the MI until we do the subdivision. So I mean, that was the first thing I asked yesterday too. Oh, can we just approve the MI? And they said, Katie said, no. So go ahead.
The being presented, it seems so simple. I mean, perhaps we could do something Friday afternoon.
Can we do that for you guys?
I mean, we have enough time to notice it, in other words.
But the
This is-
problem is, do we have enough time?
Do we
Will
have
the
enough
health department cooperate with that schedule?
Well, we'll reach out to the health department and move heaven and earth with them for you. I mean, we'll do what
Mrs.
we can.
DeLuca, if I
we
can
would
make,
greatly appreciate that. I know that some folks have tried already to do that, and we spoke with them yesterday, emailed with them at 8:30 this morning, and And again, this afternoon. So I think for a special meeting, it is 24 hours notice.
Yeah.
And so if we have this buttoned up by tomorrow and we can all use, and we will, any of your powers to move the health department tomorrow would be greatly appreciated, as is convening for a special meeting. That's very generous of you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll do that, and I think the key is to get you through the health department. So we'll do that.
Great. We will start bright and early tomorrow trying to get through to them, and we'll follow up with your staff.
That only
if we
gives you
have any
2
trouble.
days. We're gonna go right away and notice a special meeting because we can always
Uh,
cancel. Yes, Nick?
Why don't we do this? As soon as we have notification from health department in hand, then schedule the meeting. That way, we're
Ca-
not.
no-
we-
no
if
can
we
do.
have it in here.
Well, 2 things. Pat, I don't think you need the MI approved to talk to the committees, the RTM committees. So we really have until the 18th.
It would be better,
Okay?
but it's
It
not.
would be better, but I'm happy to go attend, and so would anybody else on the commission. We're happy to say, hey, look, we just can't do this. Chris, we're going to make an argument that we follow the rules. So I think if that works for everybody, we could go ahead and notice. I think it's tight to get everything done by Friday, but I'm willing to, by Friday the 11th, but I'm
That's
willing to
this
give that a shot
Right, that's
too.
this Friday. It's Wednesday evening now. So that would be wonderful. We will absolutely take you up on that. Thank you. And we will do our best to get through to health tomorrow.
So Katie, you want to try setting up a meeting for Friday the 11th at like 4 p.m.?
Sure.
And if that doesn't work, we'll cancel that meeting and we'll set up another one for as soon as we think you've got health.
Can we do 3:30?
Oh, sure. I'm just throwing out a time.
4 or 3.
Yeah, I was just saying, give them as much of Friday because they've only got 2 days.
Okay. Sounds good.
That's great.
And
To the extent that all of the materials that have been submitted by Aquarian to date can be ensured to be uploaded onto the website as well, that would be helpful.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead? I mean, the commission's been looking at your presentation for a while because we thought we were going to see it earlier. Do you want to present more stuff to us?
I think it would be in our best interest tonight to present everything to you so that
Okay.
if we are, then we can have a more efficient meeting on Friday, because that's the only outstanding piece. Everything else has been satisfied.
And then let me just do this though to help you with being brief if we can. Does anybody on the commission have any questions on their mind? We've all had a long weekend to look at this application. We've had an extra 2 days than we normally do. So does anybody have anything that's bothering them or that they wish to know? Landscaping, protection of the watershed, anything? Guys, folks?
Nope.
No, I don't, Margarita.
No, I'm
Hello,
good here.
Dave Hardman, look at you. Okay, so I guess that leaves you, Ms. Kaufman, if you would like to just tell us whatever you think is salient. We have had all your material and we have been reading it. So if you just want to go through what you think you want to leave us with, go right ahead. But
Okay, I actually would, Mark, if you have anything further to add?
No, I think the next person, the most important person is
Bill.
really just Bill Kenny, because this is really a conservation play, to be honest with you. And it's something that I know the town has been very much interested of acquiring for that very reason. So I think it's important to the commission to understand from Bill Kenny why this piece is so valuable.
Thank you, Mark.
oh,
Bill?
okay. I mean, we do kind of know that part. So
You do.
We
Okay.
have a
mean-
very, we can give you the elevator pitch version on it, but I think for the record, to be
I
clear,
think,
it's important that Bill speaks.
So, Mr. Kenny, I, for one, am very excited about getting this additional open space. Katie DeLuca and I go before the land use committee and they ask us when we're getting them more open space. And I'm so glad we are getting more open space, but I'd love to hear it. Yes, go ahead.
Sure. May I share my screen?
Yes. Hold on.
Good evening. I'm Bill Kenny, wetland scientist, soil scientist, and landscape architect. Worked for the applicant with mapping all the wetlands, looking at all the resources on the property, the natural resources, doing an inventory and assessment of their where their location, quantity, quality, and working with the team to come up with this plan. This is a drawing that we put together. In the bottom left-hand corner shows an overall site, except it does not does not specifically call out the fourth lot that Aquarion's going to continue to use. But let me see, I'll zoom in here. So as you see, the area development is less than 3% of the property, 2 residential lots on the western side of the property, and then much of the property is being preserved. There's 3 major wetland corridors on the property that are being preserved, and they include the Converse Pond Brook. The 3 corridors run north to south. You have the brook on the west side here with wetlands bordering it, a central wetland corridor and an eastern corridor. 4 vernal pools identified on the property, very good quality vernal pools, and they're being protected, as well as the vast majority of their what's considered or known as the critical terrestrial habitat. There's also a known hibernacula for bats that is nearby. And so there's 3 species that are state endangered: the northern long-eared bat, the tricolored bat, and the little brown bat. And so there's critical habitat on site for those bats, and that is being preserved. It's a beautiful forest. Otherwise, the lots, the residential development is located in the most degraded area of the property. It's quite overrun with invasive vegetation in that area. And so the highest quality resources are being protected, and the lowest quality area is where the development is proposed. Wetlands Agency reviewed and approved this, and there's a small area of wetland loss that'll occur, and that's in the area of lot 2. The driveway to reach lot 2 crosses some hillside seeps, but it happens to be located in what's been a bridle path for many, many decades. It's an area that's been reworked, and probably going back to the agricultural use of the property, this has been an old path. So those wetlands are much lower quality than those 3 main corridors that I identified. So that's a summary of the environmental pieces of this proposal.
Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
And just in the interest of time, I know that I think we've talked through some of the issues already that are in outstanding, and not even really issues, but the health comments that we're still awaiting. Otherwise, I think there's a very thorough staff report, and it identifies that we've met each and every one of their requirements. Certainly, as other conditions of approval, we are open to the open space deed restriction is something that is we think that we can provide as a post approval and document. That certainly will be open space. It will be provided. The Greenwich Land Trust will be acquiring this land, as we said, by the end of the month, if everything goes as planned, and they would be the ones to engage in the town on the open space agreement. And certainly comment number 6A as well. Aquarion will also agree to come back to the commission should anything change in the future on the size of the approved subdivision lots, but that is not expected.
Thank you. Pat Sesto, do you have any comments that you would like to add regarding the environmental perspective?
Overall, obviously gaining 72 acres of open space with 2 lots is a fantastic ratio. But even within the two lots themselves, the development envelopes are tight. The applicant was quite receptive during the wetlands review to tighten the envelopes even further. And then with conservation taking our comments to heart and then making further changes. So we feel very good, not just about the open space piece, but the two lots as a standalone element.
Okay, any concern around watershed protection or anything like that for you?
No.
Okay, all right. Does anybody have any questions? Ms. Kaufman, do you want to add anything else?
No, thank you. Just again, that your staff has been
right.
excellent throughout all of this to us, and we've enjoyed working with them, and we're glad that the town is excited about this project as Aquarian is. I think it's a great work for the town.
We think our staff is pretty darn terrific. And even a couple of other department heads. Does anybody on the commission have any questions? No. Okay. So we have a plan of action, and Katie and Patrick will be on it, and just stay connected. We'll do what we can with the health department.
Thank you.
And
Email now.
Huh?
I'm writing them an email now because all the plans have been submitted already. So they have them in the office, right?
Yes, they were received, I want to say about late lunchtime today.
Okay, great.
In hard copy. They were delivered, previously by email.
Okay, so we're in good shape, and you're gonna tell us when it's time to, we'll set it up for this Friday just in case. And then if that doesn't work, we'll move it into the middle of next week until we get it done.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your flexibility and generosity of your time on a Friday.
I'm making all these promises. I just hope we can deliver. But we can
you.
normally get people, especially now that wherever people are, they can Zoom. In the old days, it was harder.
Yes, certainly. Well, thank you again, and we look forward to seeing you on Friday. Oh, great. But I don't know if there's public comment today.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad somebody reminded me. I have any public comment on this application? Would you please raise your virtual hand? Yes. Yes, Will from the Land Trust. Go ahead, Mr. Keys.
How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
For the record, my name is Will Keys, the Executive Director of the Greenwich Land Trust. I have some quick remarks for the Commission.
Thank you.
Greenwich Land Trust supports this subdivision application. In a public-private partnership between the Town of Greenwich and Greenwich Land Trust, the project would conserve 72 acres and result in 90% of the land that Aquarian intends to dispose of being permanently protected. The conservation of this land will enhance an existing greenway totaling over 800 acres of open space. This greenway strategically links important landscapes which connect critical habitat and increase ecological diversity. Conserving larger blocks of undeveloped forest land is essential for the protection of wildlife, water quality, and the ecological health of our community. Commerce Pond Brook and the greater East Branch of the Byram River watershed make up 37% of the entire Byram River watershed. Large forested parcels help mitigate stormwater runoff, control sedimentation, and thermal regulation of water temperatures, all leading to better water quality and riparian habitats. The preserve will be maintained and stewarded as a natural area with public access for passive recreational activities such as hiking and birding. This is a historic opportunity to conserve one of the last remaining large undeveloped parcels in our community. By conserving these 72 acres, we will protect critical habitat, enhance water quality, and preserve the community's character. I want to thank the Commission, Aquarian Water Company, our partners at the Town of Greenwich, and the entire community for their hard work, vision, and support of this important project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keys. Does anybody else in the public wish to speak? Please raise your hand, your virtual hand. And I think with that, we're good. Okay, so we'll see you when we see you, and thanks for the reminder on the public.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for coming. I look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so our next application is for the MI. And that, Ms. Sesto, you are the applicant.
I am the applicant.
So this is the Town of Greenwich Board of Selectmen and Director of Environmental Affairs for the acquisition of this conservation land at 836 Lake Avenue. Go ahead, Ms. Sesto.
So as we have covered in the prior application, this is an 80-acre parcel. 8 acres are being subdivided off, and the town has the opportunity to partner with the land trust to preserve the other 72 acres. The structure of the deal is that the cost is being split 50-50 with the land trust. Land trust will actually own the parcel, and then the town will acquire an easement from, simultaneously acquire an easement from the land trust. That easement protects the land in perpetuity. It provides.
Pat, you just froze.
Review and approve the management plan for the 10-year management plan in perpetuity. And then, of course, the stopgap is land trusts at some point in the future need to dissolve, the land would revert back to the town. So we're safeguarded there. With regards to consistency with the town plan, it is consistent with the unapproved 2015 open space plan with regards to the plan of conservation and development, the 2019 POCD. There's general comments within the POCD that speak to open space as a positive for achieving many of the goals of the plan, but then most specifically in section 4.5b, the plan states the town should capitalize on opportunities to develop additional parkland, particularly in areas of the community that lack park access. And the interesting thing is, for myself, and I suspect I'm not alone, we think of the backcountry as being the open space part of town, and it's really not. It's many of the parcels back there are underdeveloped, which then gives that perception of open space. But the fact is that we do not have, comparatively speaking, we do not have much publicly accessible open space in the backcountry. So acquiring this piece would, in fact, achieve a pointed goal of the plan. As you know, procedurally, this commission is responsible for giving the thumbs up or thumbs down as part of the municipal improvement. As we spoke of in the last hearing, this is on the RTM call for their September meeting, and we would just love to be on that with this approval in hand. In fact, there would be no point to be on it this month without it. So this is a necessary piece. And we're looking for a positive vote from the commission when you are able.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Sesto? I just had one question for you, just off the top of your head. Do you know what percent of our existing open space this represents?
I do not.
I was just curious because, you know, it's a question that we were asked with the open space plan. How were we going to achieve the goal and how were we going to get there? And I was wondering, I couldn't remember the number. And I should have looked it up myself because I have the open space plan. So I'll look it up. It's just curious.
Conservation, actually, we are now, we just as of last Thursday night said, okay, we've got our subcommittee to work on an open space plan to complement the 2019 POCD.
Oh, that's so exciting. That's great. I'm so glad you guys are going to do that. That's wonderful. Wonderful. Does anybody from the public have any questions? And nobody from the commission? Anybody from the public asking one more time, raise your virtual hand? No. Okay. So since there's nobody from the public, commissioners, we would leave this, we would continue this item since we are not able to approve it at this time, given other factors, and we would add it to a special meeting as soon as we are able. I hope everybody's agreeable with that. I'm getting no disagreement, and so thank you, Ms. Sesto. We will move on with our agenda. And thank you for coming.
Well, I'm going to hang around because there's another little item.
Yes, and yes, got it. Good. So in the meantime, our next application is Rita and Merle Baker for a scenic road designation.
I'm sorry,
Uh,
just, we have the extensions. That just, can we just confirm that from the applicants that they're willing to extend?
Oh, yeah. Well, we have enough extension on the MI because we've got till the 27th of October, but we will need the extension on the site, on the subdivision.
Thank
So,
you.
do you have that, Ms. Kaufman? Are you still there?
I mean, she didn't balk at it, obviously, when we spoke to her. So between myself and Pat, we'll
Yeah,
get that.
you just need it tonight because the must decide is tonight.
Yeah.
So, I think we might have William Kenny on later. Again, Mr. Kenny, you are still in the, among the attendees. Do you think you could reach out to Ms. Kaufman and make sure that she sends us the extension? Hold on a second, let me let you talk. Okay, Mr. Kenny? If you would unmute.
Would you repeat that for me again?
Since you were, I knew you were still here because you're on an application later. Could you reach out real fast to Jackie Kaufman and just make sure that we have the extension?
Okay.
That she sent, that she gets in touch with Katie right away, because we technically only have till midnight to get the extension on the Aquarian subdivision.
Okay, I'll do that right away.
So she needs to give us the extension and we didn't remind her of that.
Okay,
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kenny.
not a problem.
All right, so back with that to Rita and Merle Baker for a scenic road designation on Sound Beach Avenue. I'm looking, I'm not seeing Ms. Baker. You're there now, Pat, right? All right. There she is. Okay, I've got Rita, and I expect that along with Miss Baker will be Candace Garthwaite.
Typically, yes.
Typically, yes. Okay.
If Candace wants to raise her hand in the room, that'll.
I've got her already. I've got them both up.
Oh, thank you very much.
Hello. Okay.
All set?
All set. We've got everybody.
Patrick could be so kind as to put up our,
Yep, just give me 1 second.
glad it's you, Patrick. You're making me nervous there.
Yeah, I was getting, well, it was also, I had a technical problem with Pat not being there because of the way the meeting was set up. And I kept texting him and saying, please fix whatever issue you're having.
Nice to feel wanted, everybody. Thank you.
Definitely wanted. Take some of the stress off, Pat. I have to say, this has been more stressful than 37 years of teaching high school.
But I mean, Madam Chair, can we expedite the presentation and point out the open issues? Please.
Yeah, what I believe that what the applicants are doing is presenting to us the updates that they have and the new information. I don't think that they're going to go back to old territory. They're pretty, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Garthwaite and Ms. Baker, yes. So they're only going to cover new territory. Where what the other thing is that we have heard most of the public comment before and we have all the letters. So I really want to minimize the public comment unless it's new information. Go ahead.
Do we have the screen up, Patrick?
Oh, he's not ready.
Okay,
Okay, thank you. Madam Chairman, members of the commission, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present a few new and final points to you in connection with our application. Next. Here we go. First of all, I would like to put to bed once and for all the issue of the validity of a loop with 3 road segments of less than half a mile each. Back in 2019, DPW was the first to bring up the argument that this did not conform to the scenic road ordinance, in that each segment had to be at least 1/2 mile in length. That argument gained traction here at our hearings, which led us to spend days researching every scenic road we could find in the state of Connecticut, as well as scenic loops. It never occurred to us to look right here in our own backyard. We were startled to discover only a few days ago that Selden Lane, a town-designated scenic road in the backcountry, is only 2/10 of a mile long. This was confirmed to me in an email from DPW. Next, please. With a rusty guardrail and chicken wire fencing, it is also not particularly scenic, but that's a separate topic. This commission approved the Selden Lane application over 20 years ago under a state statute and municipal code that, with respect to scenic roads, have not been altered since that approval. How much of your time and hours have we wasted discussing the length of our proposed loop segments, only now to realize that you have your own precedent right here in Greenwich for approving scenic roads or portions thereof that are shorter than specified in the town code. We are surprised that the length of this named scenic road and its implication for this application was never brought up to you or to us, and we had to find this out quite by chance. Next. So obviously and unambiguously, the length issue is now off the table since a precedent exists right here in Greenwich. And we now move on to the question of intensive traffic. Before we leap into the weeds, please remember that intensive traffic is defined in statute and code, and only the planning, is undefined in statute and code, and only the Planning and Zoning Commission has the authority to designate a scenic road under the guidelines of our municipal code. You are granted unconstrained discretion by state statute to define that term for the town of Greenwich. And there is no recognized quantitative standard or consensus practice among the towns in the state. We hope you viewed the video we commissioned, filmed at peak weekday and weekend hours to help you draw your conclusion. Katie pointed out to us a couple of weeks ago that as commissioners, you often feel bound to expert opinion out of liability concerns. Accepting the reality of your situation, the scenic road supporters reluctantly dug once again into their own pockets to hire our own traffic expert. We felt strongly that any fair-minded person looking at the facts and looking at the report from the town's retained traffic consultant in Hartford would conclude that the report is flawed and potentially biased. We reached out to 6 traffic engineers based here in town, looking to engage one of them to review the facts and provide their own expert opinion. We were turned down by every single one.
Wow.
On the merits of the case, but because they all either already consult for the town or its contractors or hope to do so in the future. Town Hall has a lock on the traffic consulting community, which deprives us and you of independent local expertise. We were forced to search further afield and finally turned to Jim Boris, an independent traffic expert in Wallingford. You should have received his report. Since Beta Engineers used Connecticut Department of Transportation traffic counts in their analysis, we reached out to the experts at the Connecticut DOT as well. We learned that DOT traffic counts are completed every 3 years in the same locations, and very importantly, using an established formula, are annualized. Therefore, no one can argue that these numbers are higher or lower because of the season in which they are collected. This is especially important since traffic on Sound Beach is obviously considerably higher in summer months. Mr. Bubaris and 2 experts from the DOT agreed that we should be using the most recent data from 2017, not 6-year-old data used by Beta for a current traffic analysis. I quote Mr. Bubaris when he says, referring to Beta, "We find this data source to be dated since it represents 6-year-old data and is likely not representative of today's conditions, given that traffic volumes in Connecticut as a whole have dropped in recent years." 2014 traffic count of 14,700 used by the Beta engineers is out of date and not relevant to our segment of Sound Beach Avenue. Since Beta bases their entire 10-page report on that number, we feel their nebulous conclusion is therefore unfounded. Next. The experts gave us some very interesting information that basically nullifies the Beta report. Here's a screenshot of the DOT's latest traffic counts for Sound Beach Avenue. These annualized average traffic counts are only 3 years old. In his report, Mr. Bubaris tells us that when determining current traffic volume, one should use the most recent traffic data available. That makes sense. But for some reason, Beta chose to use 6-year-old DOT data from 2014, when the latest 2017 data are readily available on the website. In fact, as you can see here on the left, the red circle, the 2014 data is no longer even posted. Here are the 2017 DOT counts for Sound Beach Avenue. There were 5, 2 refer to our area. As you see circled in red, our quarter-mile segment of Sound Beach Avenue is actually in 2 traffic collection zones. One from Lockwood Road to Forest Avenue, second from Forest Avenue South. And you see that in the beginning and end point numbers. Beta uses the 2014 average daily traffic count of 14,700 from Lockwood Road to Forest Avenue, that's the middle one, only, completely ignoring the fact that the traffic volume drops after Forest. They take their count from the point, I quote, closest to the segment of Sound Beach Avenue proposed to be designated a scenic road, end quote. Aren't we looking for a traffic count that is actually on the segment and measures the entire length of it? Since they used the outdated and incomplete traffic information, their conclusions cannot be considered valid. Next, please. Here you see what I just described on a DOT map. This is a screenshot from the website. The most recent traffic data show the annualized average traffic count on Sound Beach Avenue from Arch Street to Forest Avenue as 12,100. I've marked this with a blue star. So blue star to blue star, 12,100. 14,700, the outdated number Beta used from 2014, which puts Sound Beach Avenue into a category of arterial roads. The DOT calls it a collector road, which is one step lower in the road hierarchy classifications. Follow the green line. You see that from Forest Avenue to Westcombe Wood, traffic count drops to 6,500. Since this quarter-mile segment of our proposed scenic road lies in 2 zones of approximately equal length with different CT DOT annualized traffic counts, we thought it reasonable to average the two numbers, which would give us the mean of the two sections as 9,300 vehicles per day on this specific section of Scenic Loop. The validity of this calculation is confirmed to me in email by traffic expert Mr. Bradley J. Overturf of the Connecticut Department of Transportation, Bureau of Policy and Planning, Traffic Monitoring Division, as well as from our own traffic consultant, Mr. James Bubaris, who says, I quote, 9,300 vehicles per day is significantly lower than what is represented in the beta report, end quote. Please. Is this number intensive? It's ultimately only in your purview to decide, but I have an opinion from an expert, Mr. Gary Soshka, also from the Bureau of Policy and Planning at the Connecticut DOT. He is expressing his personal opinion, not that of the DOT, since Sound Beach Avenue is not a state road, and therefore the DOT would not be involved in the decision-making process. He said, I quote, I would submit both ADTs, average daily traffic counts, the 12,100 from Arch to Forest and the 6,500 from Forest to Westcombe Wood to the town. I would say that an ADT of 12,100 is higher than normal for a town road, but I would not define it as intensive, end quote. Beta also makes sweeping generalizations about collector roads in general and imputes these characteristics to our 1/4 mile segment of Sound Beach Avenue. Let me give you just one example out of the many. Beta says, I quote, as is the nature of traffic flow on a collector type roadway, traffic flow in the Sound Beach Avenue corridor is not smoothly free flowing. Rather, as drivers turn into and out of the numerous local side streets and driveways in the corridor en route to their various destinations, friction results in the Sound Beach Avenue traffic flow as speeds vary and numerous potential conflict points and localized areas of delay are created. And here's a slide from Google Maps showing our proposed scenic. You see that our 1/4 mile segment of Sound Beach Avenue does not have numerous side streets. It has 3, Ladden, Rock and Harding Roads and Forest Avenue. Numerous driveways. There are 3. You see those circled in yellow. The entrance, a shared residential driveway, and the First Church exit. Generalizations, the town's retained traffic consultant makes about the 1.8 mile length of total roadway do not apply to the section of Sound Beach included in our proposal. The traffic is busy, but it is free flowing and there is no congestion. You saw that in the video. It's unfair and unreasonable to paint this stretch of Sound Beach Avenue with the brush of a statewide category of roadway. Next. The town planner told us that some of the commissioners are concerned about setting a precedent with regards to traffic that could not be thrown back at them, or that could be thrown back at them by developers. We want to be clear what this application is not. A scenic road designation is not a development, a new regulation, or zoning change, and therefore is not a precedent for developers to cite. Commercial or residential projects must look at the increase in traffic and the impact on intersections, neither of which are relevant nor required in a scenic road application. And the last slide, Pat. As you make your decision tonight, I remind you that I am speaking not only for myself, but for the Eastern Greenwich Preservation Association, who submitted this application, for the over 400 residents who signed our petitions, and for the neighbors abutting the roads of the loop, including First Church and the Perrott Library. This proposal has overwhelming local support, as well as the support of State Representative Meskers and First Selectman Camillo. We are asking the Commission to review this application on its obvious merits. By approving the scenic road designation, you can signal to the residents of Old Greenwich and Riverside that you are listening, that you too cherish the scenic and historic streetscape circling Binney Pond, and that you acknowledge the importance of public input when decisions need to be made affecting our beloved neighborhood, the oldest section of the town of Greenwich. You are not compromising changes to the roadway, especially those that deal with safety. Though such changes would now have to be reviewed by this commission with public input. Municipal code says it is still the Commissioner of Public Works who makes the final decision. But most of all, if you approve this application, you will show the entire town that you believe in and will stand by these words from your own plan of conservation and development. Thank you very much.
You're still muted, Margarita.
Okay, so does anybody from the commission have questions or comments?
It's in Mrs. Baker, Mr. Soka's comment concerning the traffic information he was talking about. I'm looking here at an email from this morning that states, I just wanted to clarify that my response to your original question was an opinion and should not be used as a statement of fact, since the word intensive was not defined and can have different meanings depending on who you ask. My response is not an official stance from the CT DOT and should not be used as such. I just want to make sure that is clear. Okay.
Yes, sir. I repeat what I said. Mr. Soshka, he is expressing his personal opinion, not that of the DOT, since Sound Beach Avenue is not a state road and therefore the DOT will not be involved in the decision-making process. So that was just simply his opinion as a traffic engineer, that 12,100 is higher than normal, but he would not define it as intensive.
Okay.
Okay.
The analysis that your traffic engineer did, Mr. Bubaris, did he actually conduct a traffic count?
No, sir, we did not have the time. He used also the DOT numbers because Beta also did not conduct their own traffic count. They used the DOT numbers. And so to compare apples to apples, because they're both annualized numbers, Mr. Bubaris used the DOT numbers as well.
Okay, from what I'm reading that actually, he had come up with an analysis and a count of 9,300 vehicles. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct. By averaging the two segments.
Okay, and the number on the DOT, which you just gave us, was 6,500 cars?
There were two segments. One segment was from south of Lockwood to Forest, and that was 12,100. And then on the map, from Forest south, it goes to 6,500.
So we should take an average of those two?
That was my impression, to be able to figure out because you're asking us for the average traffic on the segment of the loop, not on all of Sound Beach Avenue. So on the segment of the loop that you're considering for this designation, there are two traffic zones, according to Mr. Overturf and according to Mr. Bubaris. And that in averaging those, you are coming up with the mean amount of traffic on this road, on this section of road.
Okay. The Selden Lane Street, when was that made a scenic road? Do you have the date on that?
I don't have a date. It had to be between 1992 and 2000. And we understood, we were trying to get hold of that information, and we were told by an attorney that has not been digitized, and it's at a Westies facility in Portchester. But in any case, it had to be made between those years, because we know there has not been another scenic road application since the year 2000, and what had to be from its inception to the year 2000.
Great. Thank you for the information.
Okay, thank you, sir.
There was something in one of the letters that we got that I'd like to just mention here because it's of interest as we consider our compliance to town code and to state statute. I had not known this before, and I appreciate the sender for reminding us. The 2009 POCD actually listed roads that should be made scenic. And in that list were roads that we would consider equal to Sound Beach in terms of traffic level. And for example, North Street was one of them. And Ms. Baker, would you recall the others? I was just looking for the
Yes.
email.
That's Miss Attorney Sablatnik's letter, and she quoted the 2009 POCD, which was Riversville, I believe, Lake Avenue, and actually mentioned the Post Road as well.
Right, Candace here. North Street, Riversville Road, Stanwich Road, Round Hill Road, and Lake Avenue should be evaluated to raise awareness of important character elements, and the town should explore designating some of these as scenic roads. That's from the 2009 POCD.
That was our previous town planner, and our consultant was Planometrics at the time. I did not recall that sentence, nor did I go look for it. But when Mr. Blatnick sent I did, when she wrote in, I looked. And so as we consider that Ms. Fox, who reviewed every word of that last POCD, would have been fully aware of intensive traffic. She could have been not aware. So, but I'm just throwing that in there. It was, that really startled me over the weekend when I saw it, or whenever I read it, but it surprised me because I hadn't known that, and I apologize for something like that I didn't know, any more than I knew about that lane you guys found that's only 2/10. You guys should become junior commissioners or something. So appreciate all the good research we're getting. Any other comments from the commission? Dave, you look like you want to say something.
No, once again, I just compliment our two presenters for being incredibly thorough.
Okay, so no other questions from the commission?
Thank you, sir.
Mrs. Alban, I want to get a clarification because the Selden Road thing, I think actually I'd like to understand this a little better.
You may have to ask Katie.
1110A, it states a portion of a highway must be at least a half a mile long, half a mile of length to designate a scenic road. Does that apply, or how does that work when the whole road is less than a half a mile?
Right, I mean, the language is specific. It says a portion of the road has to be longer than half a mile. So if the road itself is shorter than a half a mile, that theoretically wouldn't apply.
Okay.
So what's interesting about this scenario they've presented now, and I just want to state this, I know you all know this, but since people aren't necessarily looking at the file, other than the commission and the applicants, I just want to note this. What the applicant is presenting are portions of roads that are contiguous, and together they're presenting it as one loop, which this argument, which is what is their argument to say that in totality they are over the half mile when you combine those portions. And they are creating their own loop, so to speak. And there was a question, I think, Mr. Macker, you might have raised it actually, about whether or not Wescombe Wood was in fact an actual road or whether it was just a cut through the park kind of thing. And
Yes.
I know you know this, but just for the record, DPW did confirm that that is in fact a road. So just to kind of close the loop, so to speak, on the applicant's argument, Ms. Baker, I hope I didn't misspeak since I'm sort of making your argument for you, but I did want to just make sure that we were all on the same page with what's being presented.
Kitty, a point of process here. At the last time we heard this, we said that we would take no more public comment, but since we have new testimony, we have new material from the applicant, should we open it? Are we required to open it to public comment?
I think you should, just so that we don't
Okay.
have a due process issue. But again, as you stated this already, that we're not interested in, yes, it is scenic, it's not scenic. We've heard that argument. So I think it should just be on the issues that Ms. Baker's presented this evening.
All right, so folks, I'm going to tell you right up front, I'm going to just shut it off if you repeat what you've said before, because we have heard this and we spent all of Labor Day weekend going through the material all over again. So anybody who wants to speak and wants to add something new, please raise your virtual hand now. All right, Arlene Lamazzo, you're adding something new, right? All right, go. Ms. Lamazzo, you need to unmute.
There, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. All right, I think I sent you a note about this recently, but I don't believe that the idea of averaging 2 counts is appropriate at all. The count is what it is. I don't think you have the right to then average it. The numbers are what they are. And as you know, all 3, including Beta, because it's still a count, is more than 10,000 cars per day. But I also pointed out to you that there are 900 large trucks in the town's count. And there are also, sorry, just a sec. There are the trucks, and then there are school buses. So no one has discussed the school buses, but as you know, I went through the routes very carefully, and there are multiple routes of school buses that use Sound Beach Avenue to get south or west. That's new information. In addition, I would like to respond to the notion that you could average these numbers. I want to tell you why there is a difference in count between Arch and Forest to Town. There are, there are 8,000 cars that turn off as they come down Sound Beach Avenue toward Binney. They turn off, we know, at Forest. So the question is, where are they going? What kinds of traffic is this? And the answer to that is those cars are using Sound Beach as a cut through to get to Stamford, where employees are working in the Cummings Park corporate headquarters. There are multiple companies that have their corporate headquarters here. Tried to count them, but it's hard because some of them are visible from the road and some are not. However, we're talking about multiple corporations bringing commercial traffic. I'm calling it commercial because that's the destination there. So that's where you get the 8,000 going Forest. South of that are the cars that are going either to the stores or to the homes or whatever. So there's a differential between those 2 numbers, and that's the reason. With regard to the POCD that was just done, it states on the scenic roads that the road not be a main road. Now, I don't think any of us could argue that Sound Beach Avenue is not a main road. So by our own POCD, which is only guidance, it says it should be a main road. I think what I'll do is, well, just to reiterate, I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat. Of the 3 counts that were done, the towns, the states, and Beta, and I include Beta because even if the information is not current, if anything, the numbers will increase over time and not decrease. We all know how traffic has increased in this area. So I would include that. And again, we're talking about more than 10,000 cars per day. And other scenic roads we know have counts of less than 1,000. So the the comparison there is very obvious. Just give me a second. Oh, the way the statute is written, it's in 2 parts, as you know. There's an A section and a B section. If the A section proves to be so, then the B section doesn't apply at all. And in the very first line of the statute, that's where we get the prohibition against the intensive traffic. I, again, would argue that 10,000 cars per day, I don't care which traffic study you do, is intensive. Furthermore, where they say there's no congestion, when you reach the point at which the 3 roads can come together, we're talking about Ladner's Rock and Harding and Sound Beach, they all converge at that very point where they connect with Sound Beach. That creates congestion. And I think in one of the things you just cited, they acknowledge that those roads that come together at that very same place are points of conflict. To argue that they're 3 separate roads is not sufficient. The question is, where do they converge? And this is where you have a congestion issue. I'm going to leave it at that, but thank you very much for hearing me out. I appreciate that.
Ms. Lamazzo, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Does anybody want to ask Ms. Lamazzo any questions? Okay, we are, okay, Mr. Cooper and Mr. Dodson. Ms. Lamazzo talked for much longer than I would have wanted because she went back to points that she has made before. Please kindly, we have a lot of items on our agenda tonight. Please kindly hold yourselves to new information. Thank you, sir. Mr. Cooper, go ahead.
Very quickly, and I'm sorry.
No apologies. It's just that, you know how human.
I get it. I get it.
We're human and we tend to, say the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think there's a misunderstanding or misinterpretation of the zoning regulations as they state. The section 1110 starts off with saying to be designated a scenic highway must be free of intensive commercial development and intensive vehicular traffic. And we've gotten away completely from the intensive commercial development. That area is pristine with a library, a church, a graveyard, and a magnificent park. And there's no commercial developed there. And secondarily, the traffic has been found to not be intensive in, well,
Absolutely. You're saying
yeah.
you have to think about in which terms those numbers would be intensive.
Right.
And a point well taken. Okay.
So, thank you very much. That's my
Thank
point.
you, sir.
And
Thank you.
I hope everybody finds a way to do this.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dodson.
Can I just read this? It says to be designated, I'm reading 11-10, to be designated scenic road, a highway or portion thereof must be free of intensive commercial development and intensive vehicular traffic.
Yeah, no, that's what he read.
It says both.
Yeah, I thought
it says both. And his point was, don't forget that there's very low commercial development. That from a commercial point of view, this is this is pretty, it's rural basically.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite rural to a New Yorker, but anyway.
Right.
Mr. Dodson, go ahead.
Mrs. DeLuca, before Mr. Dodson starts, This is it is not a zoning regulation. This is part of the municipal code.
Yeah, it's part of the charter. Oh, Mr.
Yeah.
Dodson, you moved.
Um.
And there you are. And your emails were going through. So everybody's seen what you sent in, but if you have something new to add, please do, sir.
Just a quick comment regarding counts. DPW did a count, and it was in July of this year, and they had a count of 13,034 for Sound Beach Avenue, and that's between, it's still a high traffic volumes between Arch Street and Forest Row. So that was current information. The applicants stated that Beta used outdated information. I just want to refer you to the DPW counts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dodson. And Ms. Zablatnig, if you would go ahead. And again, I did quote from your email. So anything, if you say that, you're repeating yourself. Go ahead, ma'am.
No, I won't, but you got it absolutely correct. Just two quick points. One, Ms. Lamazzo quoted something that was in the 2019 POCD, saying that the roads couldn't be main roads. That was in the draft, that was in the section under historic preservation. I don't know who wrote that, but Katie and Patrick and I were all involved in the drafting. It was a little blurb that paraphrased the statute. Obviously, the term main roads does not appear in the statute, so take that for what it's worth. And I'm sorry that so much time and money and energy has gone into counting cars, because we're trying to reach something we can't possibly if we have no definition. If 6 cars pull into my driveway at the same time, that's intensive traffic. And so there you go. What are you going to prove? And I do believe that the people that have opposed this for various reasons have been involved in DPW committees, and I appreciate that. Our town departments work for the good of the town, and their goals are not always the same. This statute was originally passed by the state to limit the unbridled work of DPW departments. And that's it. There are times when things are just going to butt heads. So we have to take it for what it's worth, and I can see no limitation on your passing this proposal. Thank you very much for reading all those letters.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, with that, we have no more hands up, and commission.
Mrs. Garthwaite would like to speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, if I could, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just quickly, just as a point of information, we agree that our traffic counts were novice attempts to satisfy the requirement of the application. And initially we tried to contact the DPW person responsible for traffic to get advice. We really needed guidance, yet we were told that our inquiry was inappropriate. And we then learned very late in the game how important it was for us to seek out and pay for a hired consultant. So I just want to say we were kind of feeling around in the dark, trying to figure out how to get this application together. When we did hire a traffic consultant, Mr. Bubaris, he used the factors on the DPW most recent count, the 2020 count, I believe July 2020, that was just quoted 13,034. When the annualized factors are applied to give really apples to apples for the DOT numbers, then that yields an annualized traffic volume estimate of 11,209. So I just wanted to point that out. Now that we have a traffic consultant, we got some of that done, which we wouldn't have had a clue how to do. So really just, there's just our main message to you, the commissioners, is that we love our village. That's why we're here. And it really, the preamble in the town code states, scenic roads are irreplaceable resources, the destruction of which has had and will have an adverse impact on the town's historic and scenic resources. And so it is through the town code again that a process of review is laid out. And again, we've said this over and over, when significant alterations and improvements are proposed, it goes before you, but it is the Commissioner of Public Works who has the final say. But yet that process does include public hearings. So in our view, it's a balanced process, and to have that process codified would just help us, because it would help us with our main message and our main goal of how much we really love, and we're speaking on behalf of so many Riverside and Old Greenwich residents. We love this area. So we are asking for a process for balanced review, balance of safety, and also, again, quoting the code, what it says as one of foundations is that clearly, as said before, the Commissioner of Public Works has the final say, and the town code states any alteration or improvement shall be made so as to minimize any adverse impact on the scenic character of the road. So that really is the bottom line of why we are here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have somebody else who raised their hand. I know those were your closing comments. Mr. Pugliese, could you make it like 30 seconds?
I just wanted to say that I don't think there's any disagreement that this is one of the most beautiful areas in our town. That's an irrefutable fact. The other thing I'd like to say is that in the 30 plus years that I've been appearing before the commission and going over regulations, I've never known the commission to not want to have input in something as important as this for the community. So I would urge you to vote to make this a scenic road, and I hope we have more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pugliese. Okay, so with that, the applicants have finished their presentations? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, do the commissioners have any questions of the applicant at this time? Dave? No?
No.
Nick? Dennis?
No.
Okay, nobody has any questions of the applicant. Mr. Fox, I can't see you right now, but I'm assuming you don't. So that being the case, I would suggest that we close this application at this time. Is everybody agreeable to that?
Yes.
That was Macri, yes. Yeski, yes. Hardman?
Yes.
Yes. Lowe, are you seated? Hold on a second. Yes, Lowe for Levy. Yes.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, okay. So actually, it's,
I'm not saying-
yeah, I just realized that, and I'm very sorry. So it's Albin, Macri, Lowe. Oh, yes, you're seated for Goss.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so you could switch it around, but the two of you are both seated, and Hardman. So it's Albin, Macri, Lowe, Goss, and Hardman. And since Goss is gone, you're seated, Mr. Yeski. And you were at all the meetings, so you're good.
I'm ready to vote.
And you're ready to vote. Okay, so Mr. Yeski says yes, Mr. Lowe says yes. Everybody else, so we're good with closing. We'll close this now. And would you like to discuss the item?
I think actually, just as a note, just to understand, actually all three of these streets are in the AE flood zone according to the FEMA maps. I just had it up here on my computer.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting to understand actually all three of those streets are actually in a flood zone. We talked about the designation of a scenic road and, portions, that kind of thing. The text in the charter regarding scenic indicates that each highway segment must be designated individually. It's almost like it's the same manner that a zoning must be applied to individual lots. Every lot, every zoning request must be reviewed individually. I think the same thing applies to this scenic designation. And I agree that the interpretation of this is that this proposal really should have been 3 individual requests.
It wouldn't
And
have meant,
each,
their
well, that's
argument
it.
is to create a loop.
And there it is. And each segment would be then less than 1/2 a mile and not comply with the town charter.
So you're disagreeing with the basic proposition of making a loop from this.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a loop made up of individual sections, then application of the text, a portion of a highway must be at least 1/2 a mile. But in this case, not even one of the portions is 1/2 a mile.
Mhm.
So,
Okay.
We've had our consultant, DPW, their consultant give us traffic counts. And as I said before, we're talking about scenic roads here, and I needed to compare it to something. And the last scenic road here that has the highest number is 793 cars. So we're looking at the beta figures of 9,300 cars. We're saying even DPW is like 700 or 1,102 cars. The applicant's figures from their engineer says 9,300 cars. And just now the applicant told us that they think it's actually 650 cars, 6,500 cars. To me, that's significantly more traffic than the next lowest number or next street. And it seems to me that if we're talking about intensive traffic at 9,300 cars or 6,500 cars, to me, that's intensive. There's traffic going on here, going down the street constantly, day and night, as opposed to, I think what the intent of a scenic road was, is that it's a bucolic street where you can slow down and enjoy the view and the vistas and everything around it. But it would seem to me, even at 6,500 cars, which would be maybe the lowest, I don't know if that can really happen. And I think we're way beyond. And I think for me, it really kind of resolves that issue of what is intensive traffic. So we've had testimony saying that Beta, our traffic consultant, doesn't know what they're really talking about. But after the countless reviews, some of very significant projects, I find it difficult at this moment not to rely on their expertise and recommendations to the commission. We've asked them to do analysis on some very significant projects where developers have come in with a significant impact to the town, and Beta is saying to us, they're telling us we should actually be very cognizant of what a developer or somebody wants to do with traffic. So I really think throwing them under the bus is an issue for me. Also, I think the crux of this, and it comes down to, I think what we've heard a lot of this tonight, is that the Department of Public Works shouldn't be trusted. These are the same folks who plow the snow, they take away the leaves, they keep the sewers flowing, they make sure we live in safe buildings and keep our streets safe. I think that this trust is entirely misguided. I think actually, if there's an issue here, it's getting down to this issue right here, DPW and what the applicants basically want to do. So now we've been put in this position of the traffic issue. It's clear to me that this proposal really fails to meet that standard of 1110A by saying that it's free of intensive traffic. In this sense, it actually violates the town's municipal code. And just as this commission can't make a decision that violates our zoning code, we shouldn't be going against our municipal code. So I've heard now in numerous times these discussions and this application is about the road and the transparency with work on the road, that the community wants to be involved what happens there on any street, on this particular street, this area around there. I think there had been a couple of different ideas that were thought about, but it really comes down to that issue. They want to be involved. They want to have a seat at the table. Well, I really think that if want to have a seat at the table, then the applicant maybe should stop worrying about the centerpiece and worry about the chair. Thank you,
Okay,
Ms. Chairman.
not really, okay, all right. Does anybody else want to comment on that?
I would. I'm wondering, Mr. McRae, is your objection for this designation of a scenic road the traffic counts, or is there some underlying issue that you have with the protection this designation provides?
Mr. Lowe, I believe it's everything. I think we have traffic counts that are off the charts compared to what we have taken as common knowledge for a scenic road. We've been discussing the mistrust of our own consultant, the mistrust of DPW. We've been asked to actually say that we should disregard the municipal code. And it really comes down to that point of if they're concerned about what happens around Binney Park on the road and distrust DPW, that maybe sitting down and opening a continuous dialogue with DPW would be a better solution. Can you talk to the commissioner, the deputy commissioner, the engineers, find out what's going on, have a continuous dialogue and be aware of what's going to happen? Because I think if just like I've said here, I don't like being blindsided by applicants come in with development. I'd like to know what's going on. I would think that the community would like to know as well and not be blindsided by what DPW wants to do. And the best way to do that is talk to them.
Right, but it excuse me, just Dave, 1 second. Do you believe that a favorable decision necessarily reflects a distrust of DPW? I personally don't get that sense. I don't know why the one necessitates the other.
Well, they're talking about saving, or the big thing about the saving or keeping Binney Park in the area as pristine as possible comes back to that discussion with DPW. Understanding, and I think actually this is something that's been lost, I think a lot, is that a scenic road doesn't protect anything outside the right of way. And just to be, just to go into left field here a little, if the Parks Department wanted to put a chain link fence around Binney Park as a property owner, they could do that because it's inside their own property. Same thing for any one of the other property owners. It doesn't really matter. We've learned that from previous experience. So it's about the street. If it's about the street, let's concentrate on the street and not trying to protect something that it's not going to.
Nick,
I'm not sure that the Parks Department can actually close off public access unless it's an executive order. So I wouldn't lay that case. Dave, you were going to say something?
Nick, I don't think it's as harsh a judgment about DPW as you expect, but I get your point. And I think this is the unfortunate result of a very bad process several years ago and a very legitimate concern on the part of everybody in town, particularly in Old Greenwich, that the process wasn't good. And I do think there's value in designating this as a scenic road, if for no other reason than to make sure we have a better process, a deliberate process, not just a one citizen to the DPW. And I think we'll end up, making much better decisions if this does become a scenic road.
And what, if I could just say that was stated on the record was that all this does is forces a public forum for discussion, because DPW is not always required to come into planning and zoning. But if this was designated as a scenic road, that would become a requirement. And that was the applicant's rationale for submitting the application, was just that they would have the ability to discuss what's proposed in a public meeting.
And I think that what you're just saying, Mrs. DeLuca, is that, is having DPW come in for a discussion in front of us. Why can't that discussion happen before, as they're proposing something?
Nick,
Why do we have to force them to come to a meeting?
Well, Nick, unfortunately, and I don't like that fact that we're being asked to be King Solomon in so many instances. But that's just the result of our form of government. And I think the citizens who are made this application tonight are simply saying, we don't have a good means of representing ourselves at the appropriate time. And I kind of respect that.
Okay, Mr. Yeski.
I've said this before. I like the protections. I don't think DPW can do anything black and white. I think all this generates a discussion, and we have control over that. So I like the historical protections. I'm sorry that it violates the code. We need to go fix the code. I don't want to do the other way around. Deny this.
Hold on a second. One of the things is it does not necessarily violate the town charter. It is our decision whether we consider the traffic on Sound Beach to be intensive or not based on the data we have received.
And I've said this before too. I don't consider the traffic intensive.
Okay.
I consider the traffic on Route 1 intensive, but not on this road.
Okay.
And, so we can address that part of the code. It's our definition of intensive. I don't think this is intensive enough.
Okay, so you can't violate the town charter. Your question on the table is this issue of, do you think this is intensive? And do you think this should be a scenic road?
No,
okay.
and yeah.
So let me throw it out to you guys from a different perspective. So what we do on a regular basis is we interpret our own regulations, and what the RTM asked us to do essentially when they heard this is do the same with the town charter. So the question that comes to us is, in fact, is this intensive? And I then sat back and said, we are focusing way too much on one word in the code. The real intent of the state statute this is where I'm coming out right now, that the real intent of the state statute is to protect scenic resources in communities. And that we have to look at what we're doing in terms of what the intent is and what is meant to be accomplished by a statute or our town charter. Then we look at the question of, have we met the standards? And in my mind, I'm leaning to this question of, okay, it's not Fifth Avenue, it's not Madison Avenue, it's not Route 1, it's not Route 95. It's more traffic than, Port Chuck Road, but it isn't what you would call an urban, yes, it could be considered to have traffic, but is this traffic actually changing the scenic nature of the site? Because I think that's the intent of the code. The code said commercial development. Why? Because when you have a lot of commercial development, you don't have scenic nature in the site. When you have a lot of traffic, you lose the scenic nature of the site. Are we compromising? Is the scenic nature of this area compromised by the amount of traffic it has? And my answer is no, I don't think it is. I think this is a site which is part of our heritage and which should be protected. And the traffic is not some wild, outrageous, intense thing, and it doesn't damage the purpose. So that's where I'm coming out now on how I interpret the charter. And I got to be honest with you guys, y'all know I was lying in a hospital bed looking at the ceiling for a while. So I had a lot of time to think about this, and I spent time thinking about it, and I finally have been landing on that. So that's where I am now. How I look at it. Any comments or thoughts on that?
I'm glad you see the light.
Just to clarify, Andy is seated on this because it was Goss and now it is back to Andy. Or no, is it just the four of you?
No, we seated Yeski for the night as the alternate, and he was at the last meeting, so we said he would
Oh,
be
I'm sorry.
seated.
I see. I'm sorry. I didn't have everybody in this. Okay, so it's Alvin, McRae, Lowe, Yeski, and Hardman.
Hartman.
Yeah, so what we did, and then tell me if we made a mistake, but Yeski has been at all the meetings.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I just want to clarify.
And we didn't know Goss wasn't going to be there, so Andy, we didn't ask Andy to read in, and he had missed a meeting. That
Okay,
was
that's why I
that's
just
how
want-
we did it.
This-
And I know I keep muting Andy because I wasn't sure he heard that, so I knew he looked like he was going to say something. So before he piped up, I muted him. So now I can unmute him.
Is it
Sorry,
closed?
Andy. Yes, we closed this.
Well, then he can't talk, right?
He can't talk. That's why I saw he was about to say something, and I realized when I closed it that he may not have heard me say that you were seated. But that was why. But Katie, if that's wrong procedurally,
but I just want to state, I just want it stated that Goss was seated for Fox, and now Fox is in the meeting, but he's not seated because Yeski is taken over for Fox.
Yeah.
for the
when we closed, I actually said that twice, not once.
You okay? That I just wanted to explain
Yeah.
it. That's why
Yeah.
it's not for Fox.
Okay, that's why it's not Fox, because he missed the last meeting and he had someone else seated for him, but Yeski was at the meetings and is on, and Andy didn't have a chance to read in because we didn't let him know today. So that was why. Okay, anybody else? Comments, thoughts on this? Any further discussion? Okay, Mr. McRae.
Let's see what we can do with this then. Scenic road designation, PLPZ 2020-90. The applicant is requesting established portions of Sound Beach Avenue, Westonwood Road, and Arch Street as a scenic road per Chapter 11, Article 3 of the town's charter. The commission finds that the applicant has appeared before the RTM on March 9th, 2020. The applicant has appeared for a pre-app hearing on December 10th, 2019, and application hearings on June 30th, 20, and August 4th, 20. At the commission's request, DPW issued a memo dated 7/28/20, providing average daily traffic counts for those portions of the roads included in the proposal, and average daily traffic counts for existing scenic roads. Beta issued a memo dated 7/30/20 with analysis of the ADT figures supplied by DPW and details on road classifications and comment on intensive traffic. ADTs have been provided by the applicant, and the applicant has provided analysis of Beta and DPW ADTs by a third-party traffic engineering firm. To note that, actually, well, I guess that's where we are. Is there anything else that you'd like to add to that?
I had a question for Katie. I stumbled across the plan for Binney Park that was done back in 2014, was it? And there's no way that we can include that as part of the scenic road, right? No. Okay. I pretty much knew the answer. Okay, so this is a motion to approve, Mr. McRae?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure that it that wasn't easy. I once refused to make a motion to approve when I was secretary. Do I have a second? Mr. Hardman, you will have to unmute.
A second.
And Mr. Lowe, can you turn your vid and your
I'm here.
Okay. All right. So Mr. McRae has moved. Mr. Hardman has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Hardman, how do you vote? Unmute.
Yes.
Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Yes.
Albin votes yes as well. Mr. McRae?
Nay.
Nay. Okay. And so we have approved the scenic road with a 4-1 vote. I would like to put something else on the record. I happen to think our Department of Public Works is tremendous. I do not see this as being any kind of negative on them. I think they do amazing work. Having worked with both Amy Siebert and Jim Michael and a few other people in the department, I admire them so much, their intelligence, their depth, their commitment. For those of you in the audience, during Isaias, when we had all the damage and all the lost power, we were in touch with Mr. Michael at 11:30 on Saturday night, and he was still trying to work with Eversource to get your power on. This is one committed employee who cares deeply about the town and tries to do right. So this is not an act of mistrust of them at all. It is a move to a partnership and to protection of a scenic resource, but it is not at all a vote against them, at least from my perspective. And I would actually stand up and defend them because I've seen them do outdoor dining on the avenue to them. They moved heaven and earth to get that done for the town so that the restaurants could survive. They have done wonderful things. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox now. Thank you, everybody. And with that, I need to beg for a break. I may need 15 minutes. We can try and reconvene in 10. Are you guys okay if it goes to 15? I know that.
Let's make it, just make it 15.
Okay, great.
7:30, 7:30. No,
All right.
7:35.
No. 7:35, Dennis.
7:35.
Okay, so with that, folks, we're gonna move on. As everybody's here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think we better wait. Oh, Lowe's not seated on this, right? Because our seated alternate is Yeski. So we'll just start. And there's Eric Brower. Thank you, Patrick. Our next application is at 32 Bruce Park Drive, LLC, and 38 Bruce Park Drive, LLC, for a final coastal subdivision. And this was an item that we approved in 2019, for which the paperwork wasn't done, and so they are back. With that, Mr. Brower, you'll need to unmute, and I think you're all set.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep, there you
Okay.
are.
Thank you. Good evening. Applicant, as the chair pointed out, this was approved at a meeting in December 10th, 2019. And it was approved with conditions, most of which in the approval letter were to a requirement to add notes to the record sheet, which had been done. And the other two conditions essentially were to meet with the neighbor, in particular Mr. Stacy, as to how our drainage would possibly impact on his septic system. And the other condition was to meet with the neighbors regarding trees that some of the neighbors were concerned that might pose a hazard to their property in the event that the trees fell. So the main thing that took time was to come up with a design for Mr. Stacy's septic system protection, which involved us putting a curtain drain on lot 1 and then tying into his existing drainage system. So we prepared the design. It was reviewed and approved by the engineering division. We had it looked over by Tony DeAndrea, who was working on behalf of Mr. Stacy. We came up with a drainage easement, which was reviewed and approved by Mr. Stacy's attorney, Tom Hegney. And that document and plan, I think, has now gone to the law department. I don't know if they commented back, but that covers the whole issue in terms of being compliant with the health code, the drainage code. And it's just that in order to get all that resolved, it took longer than the filing period was available. So it's a resubmission for reapproval. The only other item related to the tree issue, as I had said, we have had meetings with the neighbors, conservation staff, Jacqueline Pruitt from your office, and we'll be coming up with a final assessment as to the trees of concern, and we're going to have either pruning of the trees that are going to remain, and in the event that it turns out that one or more need to be removed, we'll definitely have replacement trees, as Alexandra had suggested, in order to maintain the forest canopy in that area to keep out invasives. So I think it's all in order in terms of all the other departments. Those two items, as was with the previous approval, can be resolved prior to signing the Mylar, and we would ask that you make that same finding and that we finalize those details.
Mr. Brower, I'm sorry, but can you just refresh me, because staff sent me all the different conservation comments and I looked at the decision letter and I am still fuzzy on that whole thing with the grade plane, the change in the grade and the 20. Can you just run me by all of that? Yeah, just to have it on, because I was troubled and I saw we'd approved it and I didn't see it in the decision letter, and conservation was saying the same things and I was just lost. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. So part of the confusion was there were several reviews that were undertaken by conservation staff. We made amendments to the plans in response to those comments. So unfortunately, you were probably somewhat confused by, in the staff report, the comments that were attached and referenced by conservation were from November 5th, when in fact there was a November 22nd set of comments that were more relevant, and because we had actually made revisions to the plan in response to those earlier comments. So that's where we expanded the open space from the 15.5% to now over 20% open space in order to protect more of the trees in the rear. We also changed grading in the back of the houses where the septic systems were in order to preserve more of the trees on site. So the other concerns that were in the November 22nd comments were fully discussed at the meeting on December 10th, and that led to your approval. Now, at that meeting on December 10th, I did clarify that there's not a grading change of 20 feet. We're not creating a 20-foot cut. The existing grade slopes from the street up to the back of the houses is a 20-foot change in grade. And as the commission noted in its approval letter, we designed the houses in such a way that the garages were at a lower elevation than the house. So you're working your way up with the topography. The house sites that we're constructing are in areas that were previously excavated and disturbed with the two existing houses that have been there all these years. The finished first floor elevation of the proposed houses are within 2 to 4 feet of what the existing first floor elevations are. So the majority of the site development is taking place in disturbed sites. And we went through all that grading and we've made amendments to save trees as suggested. So so that was outstanding at the December 10th meeting, and the commission accepted the explanation that I just gave you now back at that meeting. So I think it's, when you look at the plan, the disturbance is limited to where there are existing areas. There's a planting plan in my exhibit package that if you want to pull up, you can see that has almost the entire site remains wooded, plus the 20% open space, which will be protected. So I think all in all, it's a very responsible development.
And so on this thing with the trees,
yes,
and the trees that are in the open space and the protection, you've got this, you've done the walk, you've got them marked, and what are going to be your next steps?
Okay, so there were 4 trees that our arborist identified as of concern, and they were the ones that were pointed out by the neighbors. And so we have a preliminary assessment that we're going to come back to Alex and Jacqueline and the neighbors with the findings. So it's a question on the one of most concern. Obviously, Alex would like as many trees preserved as possible. The neighbors like trees, they just don't want to be in a dangerous spot. So the main tree of concern, which is this 44-inch oak, which is down near the common property line of both Pepe and Martin is the, sorry, Morgan, not Martin. It's right close to the property line. There'll be some grading on the septic system. So the arborist there has suggested that certainly pruning off dead matter would help, but she's recommending a more intensive examination that would take place when the tree person is actually doing the pruning, can get higher up into the canopy and see if there's any more defects that aren't visible or understandable from the ground. So it's a pretty thorough process. So that will be the next step. We'll make that evaluation and present that those findings, and then a decision will be made as to if it stays or goes and trees being replanted. But there's just four trees in question that one definitely would be removed. The other two are likely to be able to be preserved with some pruning, and it's really this other one that is going to take further look. But again, we can do that clearly within the time frame prior to signing the record sheet.
Okay. So Nick, I assume that if we were to go forward on this application, you have a way of incorporating all of that into what we do?
Yeah, I think we can do that. A couple of different notes and things. I think we've, well, Mr. Brower kind of explained, I think actually we're looking for something, or a final assessment of the trees. So we may be able to have that come back to staff. It
You know, that
seems
was
like
I'm sorry, just to say the original approval contemplated that same process. So that language, I think, would still be appropriate.
Okay.
And there's a couple of, you've got some nits and gnats missing. You don't have those drainage easements done yet.
No, we have them, everything is complete, ready to go. And as far
You've
as I
got them signed because they weren't signed as of the date of the staff report.
right. So we weren't going to sign them till the law department said they were okay, but they're completely in final form, ready for signature.
Okay. Okay. Do any commissioners have questions for Mr. Brower?
No.
No.
Wow. Mr.
No.
McRae?
No.
Okay. I'm going to go to public comment then. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? Please raise your virtual hand. Virtual hands, no virtual hands are being raised on this application. This is 32 Bruce Park Drive. Okay, so you don't have the neighbors here this time, Mr. Brower. That means that you are addressing their concerns unless you lock them out of the Zoom.
No, we're working with them, and they've been very, very cooperative, and it was a good team meeting, and we'll finish up with them.
Great. Well, in that case, I believe we could close this application. Is everybody in agreement with closing this application?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Fox, you are seated, just so you know. So everybody's in agreement with closing this application, and it's Yeski, Fox, McRae, Hardman, and moi. Okay, with that, does anybody want to discuss this application? Guess not. So therefore, Mr. Secretary, could we have a motion?
3238 Bruce Park Avenue, application PLPZ 2020-227, final subdivision in the R12 and coastal overlay zones. Applicants requested a division of 55,400 square feet into two lots. The two lots are known as Lot 1 and 2 and are proposed to be 2,307 and 2,301 square feet in size respectively, and a fee dedicated open space at the back of the lots of 8,500 square feet is proposed, along with an adjacent 2,800 square foot open space easement area. Whereas the applicant meets the standards of sections 258, 260, 261, so on and so forth, the town of Greenwich subdivision regulations, and section 205 of the building zone regulations. The commission finds that wetlands that issue a permit needs questionnaires sign off on dated 10/15/19, indicating no further action. Zoning issued comments on 8/31/20, has no comments to be addressed. DPW issued comments 8/25/20 and request 2 items be done prior to the signing of the subdivision map. Health Department issued comments on 9/3/20, notes the design is conforming to the state of Connecticut Public Health Code and the Town of Greenwich Municipal Code. Conservation issued comments on 9/2/20 and list their recommendations for the project in the memorandum. The applicant had submitted an email in response to the comments on 9/3/20. The single open space declaration document was updated in June 2020 to include the 30-foot open space easement area in addition to fee dedicated open space and associated language. A separate open space declaration for the open space easement area was not included. Drainage easement, the applicant has provided a drainage easement map and language between lots 1, 2, and 1 Kinsman Lane. Tree assessment services, a tree assessment plan and a letter for the open space area was provided by the applicant's certified arborist. Therefore, a motion to approve the subdivision with the following
Wait,
conditions.
before you do that, you did say the sightline easement as well, right?
I'm going to get to that.
Okie dokie. Sorry.
Motion to approve the subdivision with following conditions. Prior to the signing of the subdivision map, the applicant shall address DPW Engineering Division comments that the deed for each parcel, which includes 38 Bismarck Drive, needs to include language that refers to the sightline easements and drainage easements. The drainage easements must be referenced to the individual maintenance declarations for the shared stormwater BMPs and must be approved by P&Z Law Department and completed. We talked about this yesterday about the open space staying, the existing, or the open space shall remain in the existing natural state. Is there anything else that we should add to that? I think it was actually getting back to that point of actually just to make sure that it wasn't, when they were in there actually taking stuff out and working on the trees, that they weren't cutting things down, that they weren't.
Yeah.
And that it was supposed to stay as natural as possible.
I think, the concern that I think, and Mr. Brower will hopefully address it, is this thing about if there's anything that needs to be done within the open space. But I think if you say it's going to be preserved in its natural state, you're good. The concern that Alexandra raised was this thing about fencing the open space, but our regulations basically say that. The issue is,
I think the applicant stated that already in one of the correspondence that there's no fence.
Okay, so I think that's good. So go ahead and make the motion. Sorry, I interrupted.
Final assessment of chief findings should be presented to the P&Z and conservation staff prior to signing of the subdivision map. Just belt and suspenders, open space and fee dedicated open space documents shall be submitted and reviewed and approved. The documents shall be recorded as required. Any and all issues outstanding shall be resolved prior to signing of the subdivision map, and any approvals, notes, or conditions provided in the previous approval shall be adhered to. That's all I got.
All right. Do I have a second for that motion?
I second.
Mr. Hardman has seconded the motion. Mr. Fox, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Yeski?
Yes.
Mr. McRae?
Yes.
Mr. Hardman?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes vote. Oh, gosh. Yes, I did ask. Okay. All right. And with that, we move to our next application, 7 Meadow Place.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Goodbye, Mr. Brower. For a final coastal site plan at 7 Meadow Place, I would like to note for you guys that this is a must decide unless we get an extension. Now let's go through who is seated. Alban McRae. Lowe was seated for Levy last time, and Goss is absent and is seated for Fox. This was at the 8-5 meeting, which is the one that you missed, Andy.
Yep.
Correct. Okay, so since Yeski was at that meeting, I would propose that we leave him, that we have him seat for Goss. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we have Alban, McRae, Lowe, Yeski, and Hardman. Hello, Mr. Hegney.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Having people out confuses the chair. Okay, there you go. Hello, Mr. Hegney.
Have Bill Kenny join us as well.
I knew he was here for another one. Bill Kenny, could you just raise your hand so we can find you fast? Because there's people out there. There you are. And the first thing I've got to ask Mr. Kenny real fast. Were you able to get a hold of Ms. Kaufman?
Yes, I was.
Are we good, Katie?
Yes, we are. And in fact, I sent you guys the extension. She
Awesome.
wrote like hours ago now, it seems.
It was hours ago in
Thank you.
real time. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure. All right, so Mr. Hegney, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the last meeting in August, we were waiting to receive comments from DEP, which have been received and which were positive, and they had no further suggestions. What they were looking for was comments from FEMA and also review by their own engineers on the proposal that we had submitted to reduce the elevation of the pool coping and area down to an elevation of 8.5, which both the federal government and the state government found acceptable. So you have positive comments in your file from them. We had gotten past the House. In fact, the applicant is submitting the construction documents to the staff already. The other item was the conservation comments. This is a lot that pretty much, and Pat, maybe you could bring up on the screen slide 3. This is pretty much all lawn from the existing house right to the seawall. And we're proposing to have a larger house, and then the pool, which frankly, the property had a pool on it before, which was removed. And then to have lawn, but also to include some landscaping and appropriate planting along the seawall on the north and west sides and a little on the south side. The conservation comments, Bill and I have been discussing what's appropriate on a tidal wetland versus a inland wetland and what the difference is. And I wanted to spend a couple of minutes talking about that because I think that that's an important distinction to make, particularly looking at the discussion you're going to have later on the proposed amendment to the regulations involving landscaping in coastal zones. So as you can see, our property being basically in the center, it's a long, narrow piece running from Meadow Place westerly toward the Sound. And you can see there's a substantial seawall which surrounds the sort of peninsula that juts out into the water. Pat, if you could bring slide 10 up. This is our revised landscape plan. And Pat, maybe we can focus a little in on the westerly portion of the property. Bill, if you can speak to the commission on how you developed this and what the plant material is and what's appropriate in this particular type of tidal zone.
So just so you know, I'm echoing. Oh, that's weird.
You're not echoing with us.
Okay.
You are echoing me.
I hear it.
Oh, I'm echoing.
Everybody seems to be.
Okay, well, I'm just going to talk right through it. It'll be like making a phone call back when we were in some remote place. Mr. Kenny, I did do research, and I finally know that the plants you are proposing all seem to be salt tolerant and multi-soil tolerant. I had never known about the coneflowers being so. That surprised me. But if you want to go ahead and talk about them.
Sure, thank you.
Could everybody just check that you're not on multiple devices? Everybody check, check your cell phones. Make sure you're not logged on. Pat, can you, maybe, could it be a problem with your screen share?
Let me stop the meeting. No,
Or-
stop
or-
the-
Or
Okay.
maybe I'm muted, except the person speaking.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna-
let's,
I'm
okay,
gonna
let's,
mute everybody for a second.
but if I mute myself, okay, that worked, right? All right, so whatever we did fixed it. All right, go ahead, Mr. Kenny. But you need to unmute yourself.
And we didn't hear your joke, Tom, but it looks funny because you're still laughing.
It indicated my mute. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Good evening, Bill Kenny, principal of William Kenny Associates in Fairfield. Pleasure to be here this evening, and just want to start by talking a little bit about my experience working in coastal environments. I've been working in tidal wetland areas for 30 years, going back to my graduate studies at the Yale School of Environment, where my thesis work was in salt marsh ecology, restoration, salt marsh hydrology. So really understanding what makes salt marshes work and how are they impacted and how can they be preserved. So I've been working and thinking about these things for a long time. And so, yes, I do agree, and thank you for that, Madam Chair, regarding the plant selection. And I think just quickly, when you're planting along the coastline like this, there's a difference between planting to create some coastal habitat like a salt marsh or a sand dune, that then you need very specific plant material. But once you get above that mean high tide or the high tide line, there's much more flexibility. So I think the important thing is to try to use as much native plants as you can. So that's what we've done with this plan. Is it possible to pull the plan up again?
Yeah, I think we might have figured the echo thing out. Let's give it a shot. Testing, testing. Okay.
Okay, great, thank you. So, and then the other, I think some of the other comments are how do you make a decision about what's an appropriate buffer planting along the edge of the upland area? And tidal areas are much different than freshwater areas. And whenever you're working with a watercourse or a wetland, you're looking at where's the water coming from, how much water, how frequently, and that's really what's driving the system. And in a tidal system, you're having tidal floodwaters come in twice a day, every day, all throughout the year. And it's a tremendous amount of water. So the water that are driving the systems in these coastal properties is coming primarily from Long Island Sound. And now all of the land that drains to Long Island Sound contributes to the quality of that water and the health of those resources. So it's important to have a holistic approach on managing your water on your property. But but here, the rainwater on this property really contributes. It's about 1%. It's less than 1% of the tidal water that affects this property. If you took 4 feet of water over the course of a year that falls on this land, and if you assumed all of it ran off, it would be about 1% of the water compared to how much water comes in with each tide. So it has the potential for a very limited impact just based on that property alone. But again, each property adds up. So my approach with coastal properties like this, and any property really that drains to wetlands and watercourses, is to do a holistic approach. And your town regulations do a great job with that, with the town drainage manual, with the things such as the green area requirements and your zoning regulations, and then asking to use as many native plants as you can. And so it's really what you do throughout the property, not necessarily what you do in the last 25 feet or 10 feet or or 5 feet because there's just
Right.
so much more water. And the frequency and timing, it only rains every 3 days or so, where the tide's coming in twice a day every day.
Okay.
So
Chuck, if you would discuss the width of your buffer
yes.
and with the understanding that the commission is accepting of access, to the water,
Right.
but that we are trying to maximize the buffer area without imposing on the use of the private property. So we're trying to find a balance. Go ahead.
Right. And so in that balance, to me, the buffer width for example, on the western edge of this property isn't as important as just increasing native plantings perhaps somewhere else. When you look at the shape of the property and the use of the property, that we have I could tell you, I'd have to take a measurement of what those widths are, but it's...
Well, the width from northern seawall to southern seawall in the lawn area is only 55 feet wide. So it's a relatively narrow area.
So it varies from 20 feet wide at the southwestern corner to 20, it goes from 0 to 25. And at the northern boundary goes from 0 to all the way back to the pool, which is about 70 feet.
Mr. Kenny?
Yes.
Okay. It seemed like you stopped in mid-sentence.
So that's, would you like more information on the,
Well,
I think that provides the widths of the buffers.
And you don't see a way to giving us a wider buffer?
I think Tom may have some.
Well, I think the question is, what's the utility and value of it? If there's little or no effect of rainwater or the lawn on the sound, what's really the purpose of the buffer other than to take away usable land for the property owners? And also with the plan that Bill has, he's substantially increasing the buffer, because right now there's no buffer there at all. And frankly, also adding the pool back in, which the site had originally had and which we're now proposing, reduces the lawn area so that there's less of an impact from any runoff from the lawn. Having said that, we did speak to the client. The client understands the comments that were made. And if we could, at certain places, widen that buffer to 10 feet, rather than having it narrower, while still making it aesthetically pleasing, which Bill has done with this plan, that would certainly be acceptable to us.
Okay. All right. Okay. Anybody else? Questions, comments?
Mr. Hegney, just real quick question. The proposed steps in the seawall, that kind of thing, that's included in this application, correct?
Yes. Yeah,
okay, so a portion of that wall out there will be removed. There'll also new steps down towards mean high water.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? I would like to take the liberty of asking a member of the public to speak. If I could get comments from Pat Sesto, who happens to be in the audience, that would be most helpful. Anytime you want to come, Ms. Sesto, to a meeting, you're very welcome. So as a member of the public, tonight. Would you kindly give us your comments on what you see before you? I'm going to get them wrong. In the buffer is the echinacea and the juniper, the blue rug juniper, and I'm forgetting the third one, Mr. Kenny.
It is I need my glasses.
Well,
The muhly grass.
wait, I'm not seeing Pat. I asked her for comment and she's not there. She's gone. Okay. Well, I guess not. There's no video. She turned on her video, but I'm not seeing her. So, okay. With that, I suppose we won't be able to get her comment. I was hoping that she could give us her thoughts since she happened to be in the audience. Okay, so, and nobody else from the commission. Do I have any other members?
I can reach out to her. She had asked me to text her when the item later on was coming on. So it's likely she's just on it. It's likely she's just on it and stepped away for a second.
Yep, okay.
I'll text her now.
All right, okay. So does anybody else from the commission, while we're waiting? Well, why don't I ask if any other members of the public wish to speak? And it looks like not. Nope, okay. So we'll give her a second. Let me just go through if we have.
I don't think there were any other issues that
No.
were outstanding. Engineering has signed off on the building permit. Zoning was signed off on it. Sewer signed off on it. And of course, DEP, most importantly.
Okay, the trees, you're not removing all the trees. You left the 2 shade trees.
And we're adding quite a few more plants. too.
Right. Okay. Because the biggest issue we had with you the last time was this whole question about the pool and the deck and all the deep stuff. And that was what we needed. There she is.
Yeah, that was the main issue.
Hi, I hope you weren't eating dinner, but we got into this exactly. We have a text amendment coming in later on tonight that I know you're waiting to comment on. In the meantime, we have a final coastal before us. And yes, we have comments from Alex, but as long as you're here, we figured we'd get your commentary on the proposed buffer live and in person. And Mr. Pat, could you just throw up the landscaping again?
That's slide 10, Pat.
And then Pat Sesto, I'll tell you really quickly, what they're proposing is on the top of the buffer zone, they're proposing 25 Echinacea purpura. I forgot what the MC stands for. And on the bottom is 16 where it's labeled down at the bottom where it says JH, that's the blue rug juniper. And MC, Mr. Kenny, once again?
Is the muhly grass.
Is the muhly grass. So this is what they're proposing. What they have offered us as a compromise here on this site is, Mr. Kenny, why don't you run through all the widths just real quick once again?
Sure. So looking at the western portion of the property, in the southwestern corner, the buffer from west to east goes from 0 to 20 or 25 feet there. And on the northwestern corner, from west to east, it goes again from 0 up and all the way to the pool, obviously. And then if you, it narrows down to about 5 feet along that northern boundary line.
And I did assume that north is up. I
Yes.
don't have the direct.
Yes, yeah.
And what they have offered is that they will widen to 10 feet anywhere that it is feasible to go to 10 feet. We had agreed initially that, you know, access through into the waterfront would be okay. 2 points that Mr. Kenny raised. One is that because this isn't tidal, the plantings are of less importance, stop me, Mr. Kenny, if I'm wrong, are of less importance than if you were fully tidal. And they just need to work well with the salt spray and the soil type, but that they are of themselves less important. And the second was just about working with the width. Did I cover everything you said?
Very close.
And okay, what did I leave out?
Oh, I think they are very important. The native plants are very important. The distinction was if you're working in some of those very specific tidal habitats, like a tidal wetland or a dune, then you need to be very careful in your species selection.
Okay.
But when you're near the shore, you still need to be careful, but you have a much broader range of plants to work with as you get above that high tide line, where you're mostly dealing with salt spray. And so anyway, these plants in our experience are fine in this environment, and they're native plants. So I think that for this location is what's important. Yep.
And what he said was that you need to consider how the entire lot is being landscaped, not just what you're doing in the buffer. So this is the example. For example, it's taken us a couple of meetings to get to the point where we have this hammered out. And that is why one of the reasons we wanted to propose this regulation later. So I just wanted to throw it out to you for comments since you happen to be hanging out with us tonight.
Oh, thank you. If I may ask, what determines whether more buffer is feasible or not? What's the criteria for feasibility?
Really how much we have been able to get an applicant to agree to, because 100 feet would absolutely give them no use of their yard, for example.
So,
I mean,
yeah,
that
I'm
begs the
board
question.
100 feet, not what I'm
And
looking for.
just what we were talking about before, Pat, was that in this particular area, they have a seawall. So it's not really, is it really valuable to have all these plantings that are, I mean, is there value, or is it just chewing up these people's yard?
No, we have an example from the last meeting where we did 11 Eggleston Lane, and that's where we increased the buffer from 3 feet to 5 feet as part of that approval.
So, with all due respect, those are, I mean, really narrow buffers. So when I look at a site, I look at how's the site being used as a whole, where's the balance? And when I see this site plan, there's an amount of house that's consuming a good portion of the parcel. There's amount of patio and pool, so recreational hardscape, that's consuming a fair amount of the parcel. And then there's a fair amount of lawn, and then a small amount of buffer. So I don't see in this plan that a balance has actually been, in my view, achieved. I think the buffer is being underrated. I agree. You can't do 100 feet. This lot is way too small to even entertain such a thing. I agree. Access to the water resource by the homeowners and their guests, that's an absolute must. They need to enjoy and love the thing that we're all trying to protect here. I just see that there has been far greater weight given to the developed residential uses than protecting the resources that surround the parcel.
Of course, this is a fully developed lot already with all of it lawn right to the seawall, so this is certainly an improvement.
And you know, the great thing about redeveloping, you don't have to stick to the same house. You don't have to stick to the same old pool, and you don't have to stick to the same old lawn configuration. Everything's up for grabs and redo. That's the whole point.
The commission needs to also recognize that these are the most valuable and expensive properties in the town. There is nothing more valuable and pricey than properties right on the water. And that's
how come
why
they're valuable on the water?
That's why, excuse me, Pat, that's why we send these to the state DEP for them to review it from an ecological standpoint and from an engineering standpoint. They do both. And that's why we were taking so long with this one, was mainly because of the engineering standpoint. Mm-hmm. And we're presenting something that does provide a buffer, that does provide water quality treatment, which doesn't exist on this site at all now as part of the engineering, which the town engineer has signed off on. And we believe that this is appropriate. Now, you asked whether my client would be willing to provide more of a buffer. And we said yes, but to think that you're going to take half of the lawn, if it was 25 feet, and turn that into buffer planting, for one thing, and Bill can speak to this, it has no value in terms of the buffer to the sound, and it deprives the people of the use of their yard.
Okay, so done deal. Here's what we're gonna do. Assuming that we do move forward with this, you're gonna submit, you're gonna see how much more buffer you can give the commission. You're gonna send that into staff, and staff will confer with the environmental director and sign off, and we would put that as, so see what you can do and send it to staff, and we'll make that a condition. Okay, by everybody on the commission, if we lay it out like that? Folks?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody else, by not saying anything, I'm assuming acquiescence. Okay.
Well, wait a minute. I'm a little unclear on this. We're asking the applicant to try to do a little bit more. Is that correct?
We're asking them to try to do more. They're gonna send it into staff, just the way we always do this. This is the battle we fight with every buffer. Send it into staff, have them look at it, talk to conservation, and have a sign off to have staff handle it. That's what we would do. Okay, so we're trying to get more out of it. Somebody else, we're gonna say something?
Yes, are we expecting a minimum?
No.
Or
no,
you know,
but
whatever they can do.
Yeah, and let's let our staff and the environmental staff take a look at it and make the call.
Okay, I echo. I believe I was echoing what Nick was saying, that I didn't see there was any specific guidance, but I now hear the general guidance you're hearing. You're stating.
So this has been, this is what we go through every time, and I think we're getting to a really important issue here. Okay, so Ms. Sesto, I really appreciate you having weighed in, because that's very helpful to us.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Okay. I kind of wish we always had all the staff around. Sorry. Okay. All right. So do we have any other comment from the commission at this time? No, right? No, I did that, and there was no public comment. So we could close this application, I believe. Mr. McRae, this is everybody a must decide. We would need an extension.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Okay. Everybody else okay?
Okay.
And Mr. Yeski, I'm not, oh, there you are. Sorry. Okay, everybody okay with closing?
Yes.
Seeing no objection, we will close this application. And with that, Mr. McRae, would you by chance have a motion?
Okay, 7 Meadow Place, final coastal site plan, PLPZ 2020-85. Whereas the applicant is requesting final coastal site plan to demolish an existing single-family dwelling and to construct a new single-family residence, pool, and associated terrace with a pergola, propose seawall improvements and repairs, and renovate the property's existing dock and related site improvements on a 26,400 square foot property in the R12 and COC zones. Commission finds that DEP has issued comments on 9/1/20. Notes they have determined, along with the FEMA region area, that the current design is NFIP compliant. Wetlands district permit needs questionnaire sign off dated 3/18/20, indicating no action required. Sewer division issued comments on 4/28/20 and has no comment to be addressed during P&Z phase of the project. Zoning issued comments on 4/27/20, endorsing the application for zoning permit sign off. DPW issued comments 7/24/20, endorsing the application for zoning building permit. Conservation issued revised comments in an email dated 8/3/20, stating concerns regarding the site's design and ecological balance. It's noted that the Planning and Zoning Commission at its 8/5/20 meeting agreed to let the house only be submitted for zoning compliance review. And make sure we get this one right. Applicants agreed to increase the coastal buffer. A revised buffer plan is to be submitted to planning and zoning staff for review by conservation staff.
I think you might want to say explore increasing the coastal buffer because they said they would look at going to 10 feet where they could, but they haven't completely committed. So
Will
is that-
agree or will explore increasing.
Yeah, and we'll review with staff and prior to, Katie, how do you want to do that? Permit?
Yeah, zoning permit sign off.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Prior to zoning permit sign off. Okie doke. That it, Mr. McRae?
Yes, so therefore, a motion to approve the application for final coastal site plan with the following conditions. Applicant exploring an increase in the coastal buffer. Applicant shall provide construction drawing detail during the site plan compliance review indicating the height of the pergola structure at 11 feet. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Great. Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
Mr. Hardman has seconded. I'll now take a vote. Mr. Yeski? Mr. Yeski?
He's on mute.
I know he's working on it. There he is.
Yes.
Mr. Hardman?
Yes.
Mr. McRae?
Yes.
Mr. Lowe?
Yes.
Okay, and me, and that's yes. And so with that, it's past 5-0, and we move on to our next application. Before we start that, I'm going to just go through the seating on the next application. Albin, McRae, Yeski, Fox, and Hardman on the next application. Albin, McRae, Yeski, Fox, and Hardman. That's this Laura Christie Limited and Rosemary Hauser for a final site plan to create seasonal outdoor dining at 1309 East Putnam Avenue. And this application is also a must decide tonight. And we have to decide it tonight because the extension would only go to the 18th of September, and our next regular meeting is after that. So this is a must decide. Mr. Hegney, are you representing the applicant?
I am, Madam Chair. Good evening,
okay.
members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We listened to your discussion at the briefing yesterday and had a conversation with our client. The client is committed to providing an application for the space in the basement to either treat that as storage or as dining, if we can show you that it meets the building and fire codes and that adequate parking is made available as part of that. Otherwise, it would remain as not usable space until that time. And secondly, that they will work with the sewer department so that the proper cammering of the line can be done, because the sewer grease trap was installed and was properly plumbed and has been signed off by the building department as of the end of July. So with those conditions, we would ask that you approve this plan, and we will be back to you shortly with the rest of the issues.
Does anybody want to comment on this application?
Mr. Hegney, so I want to make sure I understand this, is that you will at a future date submit an application to rectify what's happening in the basement with the seating?
That's correct.
Okay, so that application, okay, go ahead.
And that at a future date, you'll actually rectify what's happening with the sewer?
Yeah, the only thing that the sewer department was looking for at this point was to have a DVD and a camera of the line, which our clients are arranging for.
You have the grease trap done?
Yes, the grease trap is installed. and
But
was
I have not
approved.
seen any confirmation from the sewer department on the grease trap, and we've been waiting years. Just telling you it's been years. And second,
I did see the sewer department comments. I realized that.
and
but
so,
it
but
took me a
literally it's
while to
been
get my
years.
to do this, but they have done it. It is properly attached and plumbed according to its building permit 26311, which was signed off by the plumbing inspector on July 27th of this year. And we did
Okay,
permit
so
afterward.
and then the other thing was, now remind me, Mr. Hegney, so you came in for the use of that downstairs space. What year was that?
Actually, that was prior council, and that was quite a while ago.
And it was denied, as I recall.
There was a preliminary approval, but it didn't go farther than that.
So you are going to rectify something that you're doing that the commission never approved, and you want us to look past that and approve the outdoor dining. I'm struggling. Katie, help me.
No, what I'm saying is that we would not use the space that is not yet approved by the commission, that would be maintained as storage, and that we would have the outdoor dining with the plan that we submitted to you, which said that we were cordoning off one room that has 24 seats in it, while the outdoor dining of 24 seats is occupied, so that there would be no increase in the number of approved seats at any one time.
So the 24 seats are outside of the 24 that are in the storage area?
Right. These are first floor seats.
Yeah.
That are in a separate room. It's actually there are 26 there, but closing off the room and keeping 2 seats didn't seem to make much sense. So we just closed off that room completely, and then when the outdoor dining is being used, that space would not be used.
So the problem is that I've got Mr. Hegney, and maybe the commission can help us. We can all noodle on this and come to a solution. Is that every time we discuss this application, someone says at a meeting, "Oh, I just ate downstairs there." Okay, so we are hearing from commission members who have eaten in that space unaware that it was never approved, and it happened at the last time we briefed on this matter. So it wasn't approved, and it's been in use this whole time. Now, I'm trying to think through how we want to help restaurants. We know it's been brutal during during COVID. I don't want to hurt anybody's business, but at the same time, I'd like to have the regulations observed. Katie,
I'm
Patrick?
sorry, am I misunderstanding? I thought Mr. Hegney said he's closing off the room that's in question.
But the funny thing is, I was at the hearing when when the prior attorney offered to do the same thing with the basement. Okay, this offer has been made to us before. We have been told in the past that the room was going to be closed off. I'm going to tell you right up front, Maitland was chair. Maitland had eaten in the basement and said, this is not an approved use. And the attorney said, we're going to close it off, blah, blah, blah. And here it is, it's still in use. So however many years later. So I have an idea. Go ahead, Mr. Fox, because I have a thought on how to resolve this and move forward.
There's 2 things. The issue with the basement was twofold. One, they needed the fire marshal signed off.
Correct, on the door.
Which I thought they had rectified.
Yes.
The other issue is they didn't have appropriate parking. And
which they've addressed.
Which I thought was addressed two years ago by getting space from Carl Chevrolet.
Correct.
So now we're discussing outdoor dining under the executive order, which the executive order has put a placeholder or not a requirement on parking. So I don't think we can hold them hostage for the parking for the outdoor dining.
So
I think that there is no question that they shouldn't operate the basement until they have an approved
Perfect.
sign off.
Agreed.
We can't keep them, and I would just condition it that staff goes and visits the basement and then make sure those chairs are removed and it's blocked off.
See, that's, I agree with you. That's where
Or they issue the outdoor permit, but
I agree with you. That
if we keep on diddle-dallying, it's going to be a moot point.
Well, okay. And we can, first of all, I agree with you that we could have an inspection in which that they show the basement is no longer in use and that we confirm that. It means our staff has to do extra work, number one. Number two, I'm not sure this totally falls under the executive order because as I remember, their outdoor dining permit had expired and was not renewed. Katie, confirm that for me? Or Pat?
Well, no, was it expired? I don't feel like that.
Hold on. I have it here.
They've never received an outdoor dining approval.
No, they had the patio. Remember, they didn't get
the approval.
The patio was built. It was not built with an approval to have seats outside.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Yep.
So we're in this little tricky place. Now we've approved. Katie's approved this. Approved lots of them that are brand new. But this is a tricky place. So Katie and Pat, my question to you is: we've been promised many times by this applicant that they're going to close off that basement. And we've been promised the grease trap many times, and it hasn't happened. And they should not even, go ahead.
Can we just revoke the CO for the basement area? I mean, it doesn't comply with.
I don't think they even have a CO for the basement. I'd be surprised if they did. I think it was one of the things we discussed. But the other thing is the grease trap. It's a minor thing, maybe, except that it's very close to where we had the sewer line failure because of a grease trap. Okay, so it's not so minor. It's right down the road from the exact place where we have a sewer line issue.
And I think Mr. Fenella would agree it's not that minor. There's been problems there.
Okay,
Yeah.
Now, Andy, we've been trying to resolve this grease trap issue literally for years. And
Right,
every time the applicant,
and they've installed it and it got a close out of a permit.
but we don't have a sign off from the sewer department. And here we have, we've had a failure in the line with an enormous problem right there, what's that, a quarter mile away. And we never got this addressed. So they should not be even operating the restaurant without the grease trap. And we've been asking for years to get this done. So,
And as part of this,
Mr. Hegney, help me help you. Help me help you and tell me you're going to do this because I want to help you, but I'm frankly frustrated.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Hegney, before we move on, just reading, this is, the sewer comments are from June 9th, right, Mr. Hegney, 2020?
Yes.
Okay, so we have issues to be addressed during P&C phase. Owner verify that it completed the necessary work under compliance with the grease trap approval. That's from April 15, 2013. Have the owner provide copies of their maintenance records for the last 2 years of the grease traps. And please have the owner provide written confirmation and certification that 2 existing grease traps have been serviced, inspected, and are fully functional. Have you done that yet, Mr. Hegney?
We provided the maintenance records to the sewer department. And of course, now the grease trap has been replaced, and that's what we got the permit from the building department for, which is what Rich was asking for a long time. It has been done. The client has been responsive. I realize that has not been the case in the past. I haven't worked with this client before, but I am finding that they are now responsive, that this is something that they are serious about accomplishing. They did install the fire door, and there are 2 final steps. One is we have to provide adequate parking for the lower level, and we have to provide the DVD of the sewer line. With those 2 things, we can move ahead. And I think that both can be done in a short period of time. So that we'll be back in front of you with an application for the room in the basement. And we will get to Mr. Feminella, the DVD, confirming that the line is now appropriate.
Mr. Hegney, was the basement fire door inspected?
I asked my client, and she said that it was inspected by Rob Natale. I don't know whether it was inspected by the building
Was there a
department.
permit issued for that work?
I don't know. I'll have to check.
Will you just go down with Bill Maher and I think one of the biggest issues is lack of closing out documentation.
Yeah.
And Rob won't go and do an inspection unless there's a permit number for him to sign off on. So it would be helpful if you could help your client clean up the paperwork. So this, because my memory's getting a little faulty, but I thought all these issues were addressed years ago.
Not addressed. I mean, I finally went back to the staff report just now, because just to go back and look at all the applications, and this stuff just hasn't been. This is the struggle. I don't know how to help Mr. Hegney. I don't know what to do to I'm stuck, because I want to be helpful here. We don't want to hurt any restaurant businesses. This is a must decide, and we have been postponing this item. The applicant, you have been postponing this item all summer. I can't remember did we ever open it, Katie? Patrick, you said we did open it at one point, right? Or not?
I think so.
Open what? This application?
Yeah.
Yes, the June.
We opened it at the June meeting. So you've had 3 months, and we are still where we were in June. You still are using the basement, and you still don't have any of these issues resolved. Okay, so I'm stuck.
I think we have made progress, because I did get my client to get the new grease trap installed, and that's been inspected and approved. And I although it may not seem like a big step, I think that is a big step. The only thing the sewer department is looking for is the DVD. They're not looking, because this is interior. They don't inspect interior grease traps. They inspect exterior grease traps, which I painfully found out at the library recently. They were very helpful in resolving that in a short order, but I did find that it wasn't just the building department that inspected those, it was the sewer department. And it's important because this does cause impact and damage to the sewer lines. So it's something that needs to be done. My client has done that, and the final step is to DVD the line.
Okay, so let me ask you one more thing. You're currently operating at 50% of capacity indoors, in theory?
That's in theory. A lot of people don't go inside, so.
Okay, so
I have a question.
Wait, let me just finish this, and then how about this? How about the issue with not having a grease trap is, I don't know, somebody help me with this, is what if we take more seats away than the 24 that you are proposing, so that we actually reduce sewer grease trap until you have your grease trap and all your documentation on that? You reduce your demand on the sewer system.
No, I think actually we're reducing the demand, but actually it could be incredibly clogged or not functioning now.
Yes, but all we're doing is approving the outdoor dining.
Right. I do have an idea, though. It's kind of crazy, and actually, Mrs. DeLuca, if this sounds completely far-fetched, let me know. If we move ahead on the outdoor dining, could we make it subject to the application that Mr. Hegney's proposing being submitted to staff So that way we know that actually we're gonna be following up, or the applicant's gonna be following up on getting that application in, getting the sewer stuff resolved. Because I'm kind of in a weird way here that it's, I say, okay, we're outdoor dining, and then never get the application.
Well,
Unusual.
Yeah, yes, and we're
Well,
kind
we
of
could-
unusual tonight.
we could do that, but on the other hand, yes, it could be. I don't know. I mean, that's why I
Mr.
was
Hegney, what do
saying,
you think of that?
if you're going to approve the outdoor dining, I would reduce the number of indoor seats by more than 24. So we know we have not increased the burden on the sewer system at all. That we know we've actually cut it back.
Mr. Hagney, did you ever answer the
Sorry,
question about whether or not that basement room is still being used?
He tried not to.
I'd like to hear an answer.
I don't believe it's being used, but I have not
You mean-
been there myself, Mr. Lowe, so I
Yeah,
can't.
you mean, when you say that, you mean as we speak, or just generally, or ever?
I mean generally.
I was there in July 7th and it was not being used.
Okay. That was 3 days before, that was after okay, so after phase 2 of the reopen. So you were good and it was not in use. When Victoria, at the June briefing, Victoria told us she had been there just recently and it was in use. Just saying.
Yeah, we need a more formal.
Yeah. And you know, our
I mean,
meetings are all videoed, so we have a commissioner on the record saying that she was in a space, not knowing, but she put it on the record that, you know, the space was in use in June or sometime right before that.
Right, so this just gives the appearance of paying lip service to something, but really ignoring it.
Yeah.
No, I think that you make the condition of the outdoor permit that somebody unfortunately has to go there and see that it's been vacated.
And what about the sewer?
Yeah, I said the sewer, he's got a permit for it. They got to submit the DVD.
Well, one thing we could do, just thinking out loud now, is because these are annual approvals, so we could see how it goes this year, and if they mess it up or whatever, then they don't get to go next year.
Okay, just let's not forget that, because you know how we can forget from one year to another.
There is one restaurant in town that is a horrible violator. Horrible. It's on the other end of town, also a high-end restaurant.
Oh, I know exactly.
They are
who that
atrocious. So
is.
not to make this one, you know, but I would say at least these guys are in, at least they're asking, at least they're trying to do the right thing. And I'm not, you know, I know that doesn't make all of their past sins go away, but and just because there's others that are worse doesn't make this okay. But that might be something at least that's why we have it that's why we have it as an annual process.
So
but isn't this whole situation occasioned by COVID? I mean, isn't that what's putting pressure?
No, this is a zoning approval, not the temporary outdoor dining.
No,
process.
I just mean the fact that COVID exists, that we have these restrictions that's putting pressure on these restaurants. No. Okay.
Generally, yes, but not in this situation. They're coming in for.
As Katie says, this may not be our worst story, but we have been dealing with violations from this restaurant that have not been resolved for as long as I've been on the commission. So, and I'm starting to get long in the tooth. So just saying, I mean, the only reason I'm inclined to be positive and helpful is because of COVID though, because we got to help people survive, even if I'm struggling with it, but I feel like we have a responsibility to our businesses to try and help.
And also this business has actually got the outdoor area to do it
right
smoothly without impact to other public resources.
All right. So that being said, does anybody from the public, let me see if I can get some public comment on this. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? No. Okay, good. That's good. It's shorter night. What do you guys want to do? Are you comfortable with closing this and deciding? Well, you have to if we, we really have to decide it and close it. So are you guys ready?
I'm at a loss as to even how we want to word this.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Jody has to go and inspect that basement is completely cordoned off and shut down.
And I would remove the chairs.
Remove everything and has to be completely shut down. You
Well,
might.
it can be used for storage, then it shouldn't have tables and chairs or they're.
Nothing. It is completely closed off. I don't know how often we can ask Jody. See, I mean, Jody's so short-staffed that I feel badly. Number one.
P&Z staff can do an inspection like that. I mean, we don't need
Okay.
Jody. but yeah.
Okay, we're volunteering Pat. It's on his way home.
And the commissioners, I can stop by.
Okay, so we are going to have staff will do that. As regards the grease trap, if the DVD has not been submitted to the commission, to the sewer department in, Mr. Hegney?
30 days.
In 30 days, that puts us at the beginning of October. You lose your approval. Is that okay?
There has to be some finality to it,
Thank you.
and there has to be something done that is needed. So, I certainly don't have an issue with that.
Okay, so you have 30 days. We will ask Mr. Feminella in 30 days if he has it. I am putting it in my calendar.
I have a quick question on that. Is that
Yes, sir, Mr. McRae.
submittal of the DVD or issuance of the DVD findings?
How long does it usually take? Andy, how long does it usually take Feminella after he's got something?
4 weeks.
And it's going to take them 2 weeks or 3 weeks to get the video done.
Okay, so they got 30 days and then
Submit it. I mean, I think that.
Okay.
Because unfortunately, Richard won't turn it around overnight.
And I understand he's horrendously backlogged right now. They are buried, apparently. We keep hearing that from them.
That's an understatement.
Yep. Okay, so they're totally buried. 30 days. We're going to reach out to Feminella. Okay, but the last thing is, how do you guys feel about having them give up 30 seats indoors and not 24? Out of their 50% of capacity. Somebody, am I being?
Capacity is much larger than that.
What's their 50? What's 50? What is total seats again?
154.
So if we ask them to give up 30 seats instead of 24, just so that we know we're not increasing sewer demand, is that onerous? Not really.
I don't think it's going to make. I really don't think it's going to make a difference.
I don't either.
Okay, then we won't. I mean, you guys.
I think that again, I think this is their last opportunity to make it right, and
Yeah, and Andy's right, Mr. Hegney. You got to make this very clear to your client. We have knocked ourselves out, and we're trying to be helpful just because of COVID. But this is the last opportunity. We're just, it's been a flaunting of the regulations for way too long.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I've read the record as well. I realize that this has dragged on for way, way too long, and it needs to be addressed. And
okay, well, we'll let you have a restaurant then. We'll let you have a restaurant. Okay. All right. So Nick, I think you could go ahead then on that basis.
Yeah, bear with me. Let's see what we can figure out here. Final site plan PLPZ 2017, 1309 East Putnam Avenue to provide 24 seasonal outdoor dining seats in the LB zone. Let's see. Commission finds that Zoning enforcement just requested a seating plan marking the interior seats, which are already removed or blocked off, as dated 6/4. Sewer division note on June 9th, 20 requested specifics on the grease trap installations on the interior to be confirmed, and require that during the sewer and building permit phase that the sewer line be CCTV and a DVD be submitted. I think that's where we are that. And so I guess would make a motion
I would just say that the applicant shall submit this sign off from the building department on the grease trap installation.
Okay.
With the application.
Right.
Thank you, Andy. That's helpful.
Okay, so then motion to approve site plan with the following conditions. Applicant is to submit the sign off with the sign off all the documents required by sewer division for staff's submittal to sewer, including a copy of the building permit for the new grease trap. A zoning inspection to be conducted to verify removal of chairs and tables in the basement, and that it's only used for storage. And that the grease trap DVD is to be submitted within 30 days of when? Tonight?
Tonight.
Or
Tonight.
okay.
And their firstborn as well, if I could have that.
I bring that with me almost every other meeting.
I think he's on the other side of the table already. Besides, what would we do with him? I mean, come on.
I don't know. Okay, is that it, Mr. McRae?
I think so.
Okie doke. Do I have a second for this motion? Mr. Fox has seconded. Okay, so I'm going to go through the vote now. It is McRae.
Aye.
Mr. Yeski.
Yes, aye.
Mr. Fox.
Yes.
Mr. Hardman.
Yes.
And me is also yes. Doing my best.
Thank you,
Okay.
everyone. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hegney. And with that, people, we are going to the public hearing at long last at 8:58 p.m. And we are turning the floor over to our town planner, who now begins with the proposed zoning text amendments.
Okay, hi, good evening, thank you. The first one that we have proposed is one involving the accessory dwelling unit regulations. These are regulations that we've had in place since the 80s. And what they do is they allow for accessory units, either elderly or affordable, both with a set of requirements associated with those. And an annual check system. And in the time since the 80s, we've had ups and downs in terms of numbers, but generally speaking, we're around 100 units. And that's not very many when you think of the total number of dwelling units in the town. So we have decided to try to make these more attractive. This is one of the goals of the 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development. That reads that we should encourage and facilitate housing options that encourage seniors to stay in Greenwich and are designed for the enjoyment of all, and to support housing that is in keeping with the existing built environment, contributes to town character, and is a more predictable product for both the neighborhood and developer. So what we're proposing to do, the two primary things are to allow for the conversion of the existing buildings, to allow for the conversion of space to be up to 1,200 square feet. Right now it's 700 square feet. You can go to 800 with a commission review, or 35% of the dwelling, whichever is greater. Also to define what existing structures, quote unquote, is no longer going to be those that date back to the 2009 Plan of Conservation and Development, but rather those that are on the tax rolls for at least 5 years from the date of this approval. So it would be 5 years back, in other words, the date of the application, I'm sorry. So it'd be 5 years back from when they submit. So the idea is that when you read the regulation, that these are it's supposed to be options for people both to rent and for the building owner, and it is in keeping with the existing character in that they are supposed to maintain the look and feel of a single family residence. There was someone that I did send comments that came in, a question that came into the commission earlier. That was a very good question because it read there should be no exterior change that would jeopardize that look to single family. And the question had come in about someone who has an old house that has a unit up on the 3rd floor, and could they build something on the outside to get to that unit? And I believe that the spirit of the regulation is yes, they could, as long as it looked like it's just part of the house and it's part of a single family residence. What is meant by that is, not to have 2 front doors or to make it look like it's a 2-family residence. As such, that's why we have language in the regulation now, which was proposed to change. This is what we discussed yesterday about whether or not you can alter the driveway area in the front yard, because obviously there's an understanding there'd be more vehicles on the property with additional unit. So I think we should talk about whether or not you want to keep that in or take that out. Dave, that's something that you had raised yesterday. Do you want to hit that point?
Sure. I think that front yard parking does detract greatly from the quality of our neighborhoods, and I think so long as someone can park in an existing driveway, that we should keep the old language that there's no additional front yard parking.
It says, and no additional parking space may be created in the front yard. So
Right.
so that's proposed to be deleted. We can easily just take that out and leave that language in.
Are there
If
any
that's-
comments on that?
If the commission wants to do.
Do we have any comments on that?
You mean from the public or the commission?
Oh, no, I think actually, I agree with Dave on that. I think it's actually, it's that whole thing. It's the site, it's the building, it's everything, we're trying to maintain the single family residence look and feel. If we start paving over the front yard, it's just as egregious if somebody put in another door or something else. So.
Yeah, and I think that we don't have a parking requirement for it, so we don't need to create a space for it.
I like that. Okay. Anybody else? Everybody like Dave's change? Okie dokie. Anybody have any other comments on it? Thank you, Nick. Any other comments? Does anybody in the public have a comment on this application? Please raise your virtual hand. Okay, no comments from the public. No other comments from the commission on changes to this proposed regulation. That being the case, Mr. McRae, could I have a motion? Oh, no, we should wait till the end of the meeting, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just close this. Everybody's in agreement to closing. Yes? Seeing no objection, we go on to item 9, which is another text amendment, which is for the pre-application review process. Katie?
Okay, yeah, there's several instances in the 2009 Plan of Conservation and Development that suggest this procedural change to our regulations. Effectively, what this allows is a non-binding discussion between an applicant and the Planning and Zoning Commission that's pursuant to 7-159B of the general statutes. As you are well aware, we have tried this process over the last year to see how it functions and to see how we'd want to create a regulation to that end. And I think it does function well, mainly because it allows the commission and the public and the applicant to address issues and uncover problems before considerable time and expense has been put into an application So meaning there's an understanding that one will be able to adjust their plan, and you shouldn't feel backed into a corner. Not that you do, but this does allow a better product. So when we look at what's in the POCD as an example, Objective 4.1 suggests that we create a pre-application process to let a developer review a concept plan with the commission and discuss how the design protects environmental resources on the property before designing stormwater controls. The idea being that if there's particular soils in an area, particular stand of trees that the commission wants to see preserved, they're not going to come in and develop a whole drainage plan with that area destroyed. So that's one area. The other area in the POCD is Objective 5.2, which states that we should increase efficiency and transparency in processes to make it easier to do business in Greenwich, and institute a new pre-application process that provides for an informal review to create an opportunity for property owners, tenants, contract purchasers, et cetera, to explore ideas for special permit, commercial, multifamily, or mixed-use projects. To that end, one of the things in the regulation is that it would be a requirement if you have a special permit to come in and submit this pre-application. With special permit, there is an awful lot of flexibility on behalf of the commission. And that's, I think, a very positive thing. It's more of a discretionary regulation. However, what happens when you have that type of flexibility is you do lose predictability. And so where's the correct balance? And I think that this regulation proposal, this procedural change, adjusts for that. So again, it's a quick and easy way to come in and make sure and uncover what the issues will be. One of the things as we've been working on this was whether or not we should abandon what we call the preliminary application. A preliminary is historically what we've used as the mechanism to obtain guidance from the commission. What has not worked with the preliminary is the regulation reads that you have to get effectively everything you would get done for final, minus just the final comments from the department's address. So you are already spending considerable resources to get to the preliminary plan. What we've decided to do is keep the preliminary option in the regulations. If one chooses to submit a preliminary, I think that's a good thing. I think you'll get a better product and better information out of the commission based on the more information you're providing to them. It comes in handy with situations where one would need to get a variance, because this way there will be a decision letter that will be written with the preliminary that you could then take to the Zoning Board of Appeals to explain how the commission feels about an application. Under the pre-application, which is what we're proposing this evening, you're not going to get a decision letter. There's no staff report. It's literally just a quick discussion to kind of uncover some of the issues I described before.
Hey, Katie, I think it's also something that's beneficial to the public as well, because they'll have a chance to sort of see things, I think, earlier on in the time cycle. So I think it's a good balance both for, builders, homeowners, as well as neighbors. Yes.
Do you give them a choice of a preliminary or this option?
That's a great question.
On a special permit?
No, the special permit, you're required to do the pre-application. You're not required to do a preliminary. So you have a choice if you want to submit a preliminary, but you are required to do the pre-application.
Why couldn't it be one or the other?
I suppose it could be. I think the idea is you don't want someone to get that far along in their plans with the preliminary.
No, but I'm just thinking if you need to do a preliminary because of what you said, does it not make it a 3-part process?
I think the idea behind the pre-application is you really are in the very, very early stages of plan development. You just have a site plan and some basic architectural plans. With a preliminary, you need to have drainage plans developed. You need to have traffic reports done. I mean, you really need to be considerably further along. I mean, I can see there being an instance, to your point, Mr. Fox, I can see there being an instance where it's not that type of application, so to speak. Perhaps it's a change of use as opposed to, in an existing structure, as opposed to a redevelopment of an entire property. In that instance, it may seem like overkill. But to that end, one could submit them presumably, in very short order after the other. I mean, the spirit of this process is to be quick, and to get things uncovered without spending a huge amount of time getting involved in the depths of an application. I mean, that should be safe for the preliminary and certainly for the final.
No, I agree with that. I was just trying to think of the either or scenario. I totally support, the preliminary hearing.
I think, Andy, I don't know if it would be a 3-step process. That would always seem to me, as the way we have it here, is that if we do a pre-app, the next step or the next thing we see is the final. There's probably a lot more time in between the pre-app and the final, but we're not going to get blindsided by a final coming in that's 3/4 baked.
No, I agree with that. I mean, that's the whole goal is, quite frankly, people didn't submit preliminaries because it wasn't binding and it cost them the same to submit a final. So,
right. And I think with this one, we're not asking them to do much of anything other than schematic design work. So we kind of get a sense of size and shape, the scope on the site, those kind of things, and give them direction. So they're not having to go and spend a lot of money, spend a lot of time, put a lot of effort in for something that's actually, not really conceivable or not there yet just yet.
Right.
I agree. I mean, I totally support it. I was just asking the question, so we're not creating any
more burden.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What we want to do is streamline. We don't want to make more burden.
Yeah.
There are a couple of other changes that don't have to do with the pre-application process, but rather to do with the requirements under a final site plan and under a special permit. Most of them are just clarifying things. For example, the prevention, we added and/or control of dust and erosion through the use of landscape, and we added use of landscaping or installation of other appropriate surfaces. That would be one example. We did also add under the section that deals with requirements of a high quality building design, neighborhood appearance, etc. We added the preservation and enhancement of historic structures or structures that contribute to the architectural character of the town, as determined by the commission, who may consult with the Historic District Commission. We added special emphasis on the neighborhood scale and context. That's under the site plan, that was 615. We added under 617 a listing of all the sections within the entire building zone regulations where a special permit is required. This used to be on a form that we would hand out, but I think it's neater and more convenient to have it actually in the regulation itself, so people know where to look for certain things or when a special permit is required. And that's the gist of it.
And then my last question is, where does the MI fall? Can MIs come under this section or not?
I would suggest that a applicant come in with a pre-application without a municipal improvement, and then come in with a final site plan and municipal improvement. I would strongly recommend against doing any sort of MI approval without well, first of all, the regulations require a final.
Right.
But I wouldn't do anything with a pre-application. But I think, having said that, that that a pre-application is an excellent addition to how we do town projects, in that one can come in and the same benefit as you have with private development, come in and discuss certain ins and outs with the commission. If you recall, we did that actually with the stadium project. They came in and were able to present the entire project to the commission under a non-binding review, which is what they did with the Cardinal Stadium. It involved the road, et cetera, et cetera. But when it came down to actually submitting an application and a municipal improvement, it was limited in scope to just the stadium bleachers, and it didn't include the road and all other things that the commission would have ordinarily wanted to know about and understand. So the benefit, I think, is also a financial benefit to the town. Obviously, the town doesn't have to spend the money on getting all of those plans together. Further, when you come in with just the concept to the commission, you can uncover what the issues will be, the reaction from the public, all of those things, without having spent real money, so to speak, on what is eventually going to be required of you. As you know, if someone is not in favor of an approval or any action, actually approval or denial on a municipal improvement, any citizen in the town can petition the RTM to go through a de novo review of the municipal improvement. And I think that, I think it's important to understand exactly what it is that the commission is approving with a municipal improvement. It's one thing to say, hey, is it okay if we put a school here? It's a whole other thing if I now find out that the school has X bus issues, has Y environmental issues, all things that only can come out once you fully develop a plan. Without that, a recourse of a citizen in the town of Greenwich on a site plan is to spend their own money to take suit in the Connecticut court system. So I think it also is beneficial to the citizens of Greenwich to have this process where they have considerably more due process at a better financial rate, so to speak. So it's a big benefit, I believe.
Great.
You're on mute, Margarita.
It's too bad, because I was telling Katie that I think this is brilliant. I personally am in huge support of this concept of hers. Ever since Katie became town planner, she has dedicated herself to streamlining processes and has done a huge amount. And I think this is a great example. So I'm very supportive of this. Does any other commissioner have any comments?
As much as I would like to take credit for it, Margarita, I've got to give it to Andy. It was really his brainchild.
Okay, Andy, your brainchild.
And of course, the citizens of the town, we talked about this quite extensively through the plan of conservation and development process, and tried it out, as you know. So it's collaborative effort.
And the only other comment was that several commissioners have said that to try to keep this short when we do it. The problem is that some of these things that come in for pre-apps are just so darn interesting. It's hard to stop asking questions, as with the hospital. I mean, that was a fascinating thing to find out about, and we kept asking questions. Okay, so does anybody else from the commission have any comments?
No.
Nope. Okay, any members of the public wish to comment on this application for the text amendment for the pre-application process? Please raise your virtual hand if you have a comment. No. Okie doke. So we will close this item. If everyone is in agreement, please let me know if you're not in agreement. Okay. Seeing no objection, we will close and we will move on to the next one. Katie.
Okay, so this is in section 6-111, which is our coastal area management overlay section. And in the standards area, we wanted to add a standard that reads, where appropriate, include a naturalized vegetated buffer to protect environmentally sensitive and/or ecologically valuable natural resources such as tidal or inland wetlands, open water, slopes in excess of 25%, scenic vistas, coastal bluffs and escarpments, beaches and dunes. Planting shall be native species and salt tolerant. This comes out of objective 4.3 of the 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development, which reads, continue to strengthen resiliency measures against natural hazards, rising sea level, and increase in the severity of storm events. And also 4.3M, which is to encourage the use of living shorelines and other non-structural flood and erosion control techniques on both public and private property where appropriate. I know there's a lot of comment on this one, so I'm going to stop talking and allow that to.
First, let me go to the commission. Does anybody in the commission wish to make any comments on that?
Not at the moment.
No.
Okay, with that, I turn to our Director of Environmental Affairs, Madam Sesto.
Hello again. You guys are diligent this evening, my goodness. So the Conservation Commission had their first look at this at their September meeting. So it was just last week. They didn't meet in August, so we didn't have an opportunity
Oh
to speak.
yeah, got it. And we worked on it in mid-July, so they hadn't had a
Yeah.
chance to see it. Got it.
Yep. So their first pass was last week, and they had some questions and didn't feel that they were able to gain an understanding of some of the language that's being selected, and they had some feedback, and they're respectfully requesting that you allow this to continue so that they can discuss it at their October 1st meeting. And there's a commitment from the chairman as to get the discussion done that night.
Okay. Did they voice any specific concern or just have not had a chance to really ponder it?
So the pondering, the ruminating is an issue for them. The question of where appropriate, sort of what is the definition behind that? How is where appropriate? How is that phrase utilized? There is also the language includes the requirement to use all native vegetation, and it's probably more realistic and appropriate to have planting plans be dominated by native and disallow non-native invasive species, but it's certainly appropriate to incorporate some ornamentals. And the best buffer is one that is an aesthetic bonus to the house. It's not a punishment, so that people enjoy it, take care of it, keep it going in perpetuity.
Okay.
So we want to provide some flexibility in that regard.
So I think, well, let me see what do you guys think? Are you guys all right with letting conservation have the Conservation Commission take a whack at this?
Yes, I
absolutely.
Okay. Anybody else? Does anybody disagree with those two? No. Okay. So here's the thing. As you know, we are quite liberal in our plagiarizing from other communities. And to be honest, I have seen Greenwich regulations verbatim in other communities and have shared the same. So we do it liberally. So you're aware that we lifted this and that we also talked to some other communities, and in the process of lifting it, we were trying to find that balance, which you heard the struggle tonight.
Yes, I did.
So we were trying to make it general enough that we didn't get huge pushback for proposing it, and that we could find our way through.
Understood.
But so that's why we took the wording from some other communities that have had it in place for a long time, and we kind of tinkered it. It's very close to an individual community. So, and she doesn't mind because she's stolen my stuff before. If you guys can do it for October 1st and we could put it on the first October meeting, that would be awesome. Because what I keep telling Katie is, yeah, I know basically we can do this with the coastals. We can do it with the coastal regs, but we're pleading.
Well,
and
I actually like Pat's wording that she came up with, a balance,
Yes.
harmony.
Yes.
And if you could, give us some edits that give us some kind of parameters that,
Yes.
because everything we do is somewhat a judgment and a balance between property rights and the buffer. And I think we need to have a nice balance and protect property rights as well as protect the buffer.
Yep.
Yes, thank you. I would note, oh, excuse me.
So just the timing, to finish the thought on the timing, it's just, you saw it, application after, the applicant keeps coming back and we keep saying pretty please. And I said to Katie, I'm just so done with saying pretty please for something that's really the right thing. And that's why I was pressing you to move quickly, because we spend hours on this. So if you can do October 1 and Katie and Pat can get it on the first October agenda, which I think is like the 5th, is that right? Patrick, whatever it is. Whenever it is, that's roughly right. Yes. It might be so if you, the 6th?
I think it's the 6th, yeah.
Okay, so if we could do that, that would just be fabulous. And I don't have any problem with getting your comments in. It was just that I'm tired of begging.
The beauty of what Pat, how she expressed it was that it pulls the owner into a situation that they can be proud of by that mix. I thought that was very eloquent and well said.
Dave, do you have any comments on this specifically?
I don't.
Okay. And also, Pat, one thing that came through tonight that I hadn't thought about until Mr. Kenny said it, this differentiation between title and non-title.
Correct.
We are not making that differentiation, and I'm thinking that as you guys give us comments, you may want to do that for us, is tell us if this is a title planting, blah, 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 and if it's non-title, blah, blah, blah. One of the commissioners here mostly has title plantings, we were thinking that it all had to look like that, and it's like Palmer Island. So it would be great if you could help us with that and give us some more definition along those lines so that we have something that applicants really know what to come in with.
So in that regard, I don't know that in the regulations that's the best place. Each application, like the one we saw earlier tonight, they've got a landscape architect. The landscape architect says, this is our setting. These are our aesthetic goals. Here's the end product. Each project is reviewed by Alex, by me. So if we're seeing plant selections that are inappropriate, as we have in the past, we'll comment and say so.
Okay, that works too.
Yeah, flexibility in the plans. What I'd like to convey is this is not punishment.
Yes.
Meant to complement the overall plan. And providing flexibility, I think, helps in that regard.
But it's also good when somebody can look at a regulation and have some sense of what you guys are going to be looking for. So that trade-off, also a new commission member, because right now we have a pretty seasoned commission, but a new person should be able to look at the reg and know what questions they should be asking. So all of that.
The reference to the title, the DEP document is a good one.
So, Mr. Lowe, who is our newbie commissioner officially, go ahead.
No, I'm just acknowledging that I'm the new person.
He's our person that we would send. Okay, so nobody else has any comment on this? We can let Pat Sesto go to sleep now?
It was worth it, right, Pat?
This was delightful tonight. I love this.
What, being on Zoom and us getting you out of the kitchen so you could come talk to us about an application? That was delightful. Sorry about that.
No, I loved it. I'm like, I think you might see me more often.
Oh, good. That would be great.
Maybe not. I don't know if everybody would enjoy that.
No, we would like that. Yes, there are a couple of people who think that I show up at too many meetings. with that, we will leave this one open and we will eagerly await the Conservation Commission's feedback on our proposal. Thank you, Ms. Sesto.
And I,
Bye-bye.
Should I proceed with the next one?
Please, Mrs. DeLuca.
Okay, so the next one has to do with our section that deals with definition 6-552, which deals with walk-in medical clinics. This is proposing to delete language that reads, a walk-in medical clinic should be so located as to serve a non-overlapping geographic area having a population of 30,000 people. No walk-in medical clinic should be located within 4 miles of a similar facility. So knowing the town, you can see right away that that effectively means you can have 1, maybe 2 walk-in medical clinics in town. So the purpose of this amendment is to remove that restriction and to allow for the free market to dictate the appropriate number of walk-in clinics. This is obviously particularly relevant given our global pandemic at the moment. It's in keeping with Objective 6.4, the 2009 Plan of Conservation and Development, which reads to ensure that town residents have state-of-the-art health and safety services. And more specifically, subsection B, which goes as far as to state specifically, eliminate distance requirements for walk-in clinics within the building zone regulations.
Okay. In fact, I would add to what Katie just said that we already have 2 walk-in medical clinics in town. One of them is on the east side of town and the other is on the west side of town, WestMed. You're all familiar with WestMed in this big CVS building. And the other one is over by exit 5. So we would not be able to get any more medical clinics in town based on this, from what I could tell, because you could go up to the north, but there's no, maybe you could do something in Banksville.
Right.
That would be about it. You could do something in the zone there. So given the pandemic, given the need, this seemed like an appropriate time for this. Does anyone on the commission have any commentary on this one?
No.
Okay,
No.
Does anybody in the public have any comment on this application? No, okay. Just checking, no virtual hands raised. Okie doke. We will then close this medical clinic, and with that, we are now able to move to the next application, which is Five Boys LLC at 6 Meadowcroft Lane for a final site plan and special permit. Mr. McRae is recused on this application. Mr. McRae, do you want to give a reason? I guess not. He has a potential conflict. Okay, so on this application, it's Hardman, but everybody just went away. So Lowe is seated for McRae, and Yeski continues to be seated for Levy, and then it's Hardman, Fox, and Albin. And with that, Mr. Liebman.
Good evening.
Okay, Mr. Liebman, go ahead.
We lost you somehow.
You're muted, Mr. Liebman. Could you unmute? Okay, I think you're good now.
Good evening, Madam Chairman. Larry Liebman from SE Minor representing the applicant, Five Boys LLC. This is a very simple application. It is for a site plan special permit for an addition to enclose something that has a roof over it already. There was some questions about green space and patio space. Green space is on the sheet 3 that was submitted, as well as it was resent this evening.
I looked for it. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers even now. I didn't see it on that sheet. Can you tell me what the greenscape current and proposed is?
The green space current and proposed is the same because there's no additional green space required.
Okay,
They're currently.
I would like to know what the existing green space is. I think it is not.
The existing green space is where we're allowed 77,365. Currently, there's 40,165 of impervious surface. We still have 37,200 square feet remaining for surface development.
Mr. Liebman, would you mind telling me your percent green space? I don't have my calculator with me. You're required to have.
It's 90-something% because we still.
I need the exact number, Mr. Liebman. I understand that you don't have a problem with it, but I just have to have that you comply with all the regulations. I just need to know what your number is. So
Yes, let me
feel
do the
free to
math.
go right ahead and do the math.
I'm doing the math. Sorry for the.
No, I just have to know that you comply with the regulations, and that's a regulation.
Right, we have, in the 2-acre zone, we need 78% green space. Okay, we currently have, maximum allowable is 77,365. And of that, of that coverage allowed, we currently have 40,165. So I would do the math. That would be 40,000.
Larry, we need the percentage of green space.
The percent, just tell us what the percent is.
Okay.
Not coverage of green space.
$77,365. I'm sorry, my fingers aren't working. $77,365 is the maximum allowable coverage. I did the math wrong.
Okay, we've got all night.
No, we don't. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. Take your time. I'm sorry that, we just have to know. I know this is a very small thing. I just want to give you the opportunity because this is a small thing.
Right. Divided by. I'm at 51,493.
I'm sorry, you're required to have 78%, Mr. Liebman. I'll tell you what, Mr. Fox, do you have your calculator out?
No.
Okay.
I think the number, Madam Chair, is 91.5%.
90, right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I did it backwards. It's 91.5.
Okay, so you have 91.5% green space, and that is going to be reduced by 441.
No, and green patios don't count in green space.
Right. Okay, so you're going to
Patios don't
stay.
count in green space. It does count in impervious surfaces for drainage.
Got it. Now, next thing. The Conservation Commission, I believe you discussed this with staff. The Conservation Commission had asked that you give us, for the 441 square feet that you're adding, that you give us an in-kind of additional planting to improve to maintain the drainage capability, the natural drainage capability of the site. Are you agreeable to this?
Yes.
Okay, so you will add, and I'll use the wording that she used. She says to mitigate the impacts, equal in size area of the existing lawn should be planted with native plants, including trees, shrubs, etc. And she said she has a guideline for you of 100 feet for a tree, etc. So if you put in 4 trees, you'd be good. 4, 5 por 4, 20 shrubs, whatever you're agreeable to that, to return
We
it
are
to.
agreeable to that. We are agreeable to that, Madam Chairman. And what we did when I submitted that planting plan, which was proposed that because we were going to do a 1-to-1, and yes, we're agreeable to it, and that's not an issue.
Okay,
You can
good.
make that a condition.
Awesome. And do I have any comments from any other members of the commission on this application?
No.
Do I have any comments from the public on this application? No. Okay, that being the case, is everyone in agreement with closing this application?
Yes.
Yes.
Seeing no objection, Mr. Yeski didn't move, so I'm assuming he doesn't object. We will now close this application. Thank you very much, Mr. Liebman. With that, can somebody grab Mr. McRae back?
Howdy.
Hello, Nick. The next application is Terry Conrad and Patrick Turner for a final site plan and special permit at 31 Sawmill Lane. And that, I believe, is also Mr. Liebman, or not?
No, Madam Chair, it is Mr. Bristol who is doing double duty tonight in the ZBA meeting, so he should be popping over right now.
Okay. I will give him a second.
Yep. You may also need to go back to ZBA, so I'm waiting for an email.
You mean we're not expecting him any minute? We're just letting him know that.
Well, he seems to be approaching his application with the ZBA at the same time it was coming to a head here with us. So I don't know if he's able to switch over right now. He was responding about 2 minutes ago, and now he's not.
Can we move on to the next item?
Yeah, I don't think we should.
I think we may have to. I think he would appreciate that as well.
All righty, so our next item is a request for public comment on the proposal to from the Greenscape Committee of Task Force is actually really it. The Greenscape Task Force of the Plan of Conservation and Development. Ms. DeLuca.
Okay, so this is, as you saw in the agenda, this is a collaborative effort between departments, the public, and the Tree Conservancy. It's an item of the Plan of Conservation and Development to look at the Post Road corridor and come up with landscaping improvements. And this is a specific area that is between Old Post Road number 6 and East Putnam Avenue. It's effectively where Stanwich Road meets the Post Road, so to speak. There's that big green strip in the middle there. And there, because it's a state-owned piece of land, you have to apply for what's called an encroachment permit with the state. So there's 3 things that we would need to do. We've parsed it out. The first would be to ask the state to allow us to do some maintenance to some of the existing trees, get rid of some of the vines, that kind of thing. Second one would be to do what I like to think of as the main part of the project, because I think it will have the most wow factor, is to plant bulbs in that whole area. And then the third is some of the, excuse me, some of the hardscape improvements, which we would submit later on. But I think if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, I'd like to pass it on to the chair of that committee, who is Richard Hine, who can speak to some of the details and has spent most amount of time working on the specifics. And if it's okay with you, I'd let him take over and explain some of the details. Is that okay, Margarita?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I was waiting for him to start talking since I had promoted him to panelist. Sorry.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Happy to speak a little bit about this effort at what we call the Chestnut Island or Chestnut LA. I believe you have a plan which Nick really shepherded through the collaborative process, which included tree warden, myself, John Conti, Joanne from Conservation, volunteers, Even the first selectman met me on July 4th and walked the property with me. So we have input from many constituents in the town, and I think it reflects a very good assessment of the potentials of that tremendous asset that the town has. I also should point out that Jim Michael walked the site and spent a great deal amount of time with us looking at the kind of infrastructure impact, particularly with regard to a potential bus stop relocation, the potential improvement and relocation of the existing asphalt sidewalk, and thirdly, perhaps longer term, the reclaiming of the northernmost portion of this feature, which is currently completely paved over, but may be considered redundant paving, which Mr. Michaels thought could be reclaimed in a green effort, which would of course reduce impermeable surfaces over there and increase the effective square footage of what would become a park right in the heart of Cos Cob effectively. And just lastly, that the first selectman, I think, really inspired us because he really said that this was one of the primary gateways from 95. If you're coming up from the city and you're looking to buy a home in Cos Cob or Greenwich or backcountry, you're going to come right past this intersection of Indian Field Road and the US Route 1. So that it's a very critical visual impact on the town as well as a functional impact. The studies that we did include pruning and care to the existing important trees. It includes removing certain trees that the tree warden found to be not worthy of being, babied any further. They just never really matured well. They should be removed and replaced with chestnut trees. We talked about some top dressing of the soil to get rid of some of the ruts and to get a better, more easily maintained, proper looking lawn, to finally plant some perennials, which would be at a minimum some crocuses with a nod to Crocus Hill, which would represent the least amount of maintenance in terms of moving forward. And then perhaps it could evolve into a more substantial kind of plantings in the decorative sense, which would be indigenous perennials that would be sort of a pollinator corridor or pollinator landscape on the ground, which would complement the treescape, above. That's pretty much it.
Who's going to maintain this?
We are.
That's not who. Which department?
It is.
Andy, I think that's actually, it was one of the questions that actually we are trying to establish as we move forward. Right now, it's proposed as minimal maintenance, and we're trying to work out with DPW to work out a maintenance agreement with the state of Connecticut. Hopefully, it can be established that the town itself can be authorized to do the maintenance and through our Parks Department. And then hopefully from that point, we can actually even parse that out. Maybe a private group takes over or somebody else, helps out with that condition. But right now it's part of the state. It's my understanding that sometimes Parks Department cuts the grass. Sometimes the state
Mostly
DOT cuts the
state.
grass.
It's mostly the state, yeah.
So
but we have to sign, once we have to tell, it has to be negotiated as part of the encroachment permit, and Jim Michael is on this question and has been working with Nick on it, is the short answer to and we have been trying to resolve all this, Andy, since June.
Yeah, I know. I'm just stating that we create all these new assets, and with budgetary constraints,
right?
We don't make.
But
I think these are great ideas, these pocket parks, but we need to make sure the BET and the parks has the money to properly maintain them, including irrigation. I mean,
so we would not irrigate this. the Tree Conservancy is going to put, the Tree Conservancy is donating the 4 additional horse chestnuts. They're going to put the bags on them. And we have the Tree Conservancy here so they can step in. They've been waiting. They've been here all night because they've been waiting for this item. They're gonna put the bags on them. There are a couple of options. As I said, this doesn't become a park, so it doesn't go under Parks and Rec. If we could figure out a way of doing it, we would have a private group. You know, the planting over by Exit 5.
Yeah.
Katie, help me. What's the not-for-profit? Is that Green and Clean or the Garden Club?
It's Green and Clean's done a lot of work in that area.
So
for work they want to do, actually.
And so there are not-for-profits in town that want to do this work, and we just have to figure out the legal issues that they not have liability. So that's what DPW is working on, that there not be, how to address they have given over maintenance in the past to not-for-profit groups without having them do anything with liability. So that's one option. The other option is that this is all being funded. The work is being funded by not-for-profits. So first of all, the Tree Conservancy is doing the trees. The neighborhood association, along the neighbors, I'm sorry, it's not an association. And I was hoping Alice Ruff would join us, but she may have fallen asleep.
No, I know the Ruffs, and they approached me like 3 years ago that they wanted to maintain this park.
So, but again, it's not a park.
Wow.
And it wouldn't go into Parks and Rec. At this point, that's not, because it can't, because it's still owned by the state. So the Ruffs want to raise, Alice wants to raise the money. And then it's this thing about creating an effective public-private partnership as well, and beginning to think through how we implement the Greenscape plan with an effective public-private partnership that runs the length of the post road. When we went before the Board of Selectmen to talk about the Greenscape plan, Lauren Rabin asked us that specific question: how do we equally fund? So if you have a neighborhood that's dying to chip in, but another neighborhood at another part of town that doesn't want to chip in, how do you distribute, how do you address that? So we've kicked around the idea of creating a 501c3 just for the post road. That's all in the works still. I'm hoping we can get the bulbs in the ground and the trees, well, but this is the pilot, so it may take longer. And I mean, I wanted to do it 3 months ago, get the bulbs. I wanted to get the bulbs in the ground last spring, but you know, even this fall is becoming a little bit challenging. So we're addressing all of those issues right now, and it may just take us a while. That said, once we have it, we're going to have a process in place to do the rest of the post road. Because we have Richard and Nick, do you guys want to comment again, since we have some public left? Do you want to comment on this, the number of spots we have on the post road? I don't know.
Yeah, but if I just could, to answer one concern that may be coming up, is we look at this as a very de minimis landscape. I mean, literally lawn and crocuses and trees. So while there is maintenance, we do not anticipate in the short term, in the first several years, anything in the way of elaborate gardening, elaborate maintenance. That may evolve into be the case, but the intent, the design is to make something incredibly simple that's, you know, much like Crocus Hill. Just cut the grass and the crocuses will take care of themselves. We've identified 5 other key sites, first being the first entryway from Port Chester into Greenwich at the southernmost tip of the post road, large greenscape area potential there. Next one was just out the Ferrari parking lot. I never remember the name of that street, Nick. There's a beautiful, say what?
I think we're Edgewood, the Edgewood Triangle.
Edgewood, yeah, Edgewood Triangle. Just needs pruning and grass cutting. Then we go up to this Chestnut Alley. Then we go to Exit 5, where there are 2 different big potential areas.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do I have any comments from the public? please raise your virtual hand. Mr. Haslam. And I'm gonna, Ms. Alvarez, I'm gonna, go ahead, Mr. Haslam, you should be good to talk.
Hi, I just wanted to be very quick on this. I saw when the subcommittee was working on this project in this particular area. I remember when I was president of the Cas Cava Association, I would have to call Fred Camillo when he was a state rep at least twice a year to get the state to mow this area. So it'd be really great if we could take control of it, because I hated to keep bugging Fred about it. He was always good. He got somebody down there within 24 hours usually to mow it. But I think the biggest problem has been mowing. They don't mow it. They treat it like it's a site of 95 or something like that and let the grasses grow. So I think that's going to be your big maintenance issue. And if you can get control of that, I think this would be a great project. I fully support it.
So Chip, Mr. Haslam, sorry, the big issue for us has been that the state wanted indemnification if we took it over for maintenance.
Right.
And that's what DPW is trying to, because they apparently don't ask the NGOs for that and they want the town to indemnify it. So we're trying to hammer that out, and DPW has been terrific and they're working on that with the state. So hopefully we can take over the maintenance because that's essential. And hopefully we can, as Andy points out, we can fund the maintenance.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haslam. The next member of the public who wishes to speak is Ms. Alvarez.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you, Ms. Alvarez.
Great. Certainly I'm all for this. It's a great idea, and I look forward to it being completed as soon as possible so we can see those tulips in the spring. I just have one question. Richard just mentioned it. He mentioned a bus stop, and that Mr. Michael had mentioned that. And I wondered, we really don't have enough bus stops in town.
Yes.
I saw some woman sitting on the side of
I know.
the sidewalk at my end of town, and I thought, well, gee, it's really lacking. So will there be a bus stop, or can there be a bus stop there? Is that a good place for one? I just wanted to bring it up. Thank you.
Richard, you
Mrs.
wanna take
Alvarez, there is a bus stop that exists. It just sits in the middle of an open area. There's a sign and a bench, that kind of thing. The proposal actually would move it closer to the curb line, more on a solid surface. So it would be thought about and incorporated into the plan, and make it a much more permanent and better used bus stop. Again, that's actually something in the future with additional sidewalks or moving some sidewalks around, but it's been contemplated and actually is on this plan.
Great. Thank you.
Is that all, Ms. Alvarez?
Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, the only comment I have on that is that, if we want sustainability and we want to encourage people to take public transportation, we got to stop making it so hard. The next speaker is Joanne Messina, the head of the Tree Conservancy. Ma'am, would you go ahead?
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Alvin. I just wanted to restate possibly what the work was, and specifically the fact that the Tree Conservancy is very willing to partner with the town in doing this first wonderful area. I was honored to be a part of the committee, worked closely with the members of the committee, then briefed the tree warden, and we had a lot of discussion. And yes, maintenance is always an issue, but I think between us, as we have for the last 13 years in partnering with the town in our public-private partnership, we can work it out as long as we clear up the state issue.
Yeah. And I think it is a supreme act of patience, which I'm not really good at. But Katie keeps telling me just it'll work out. So is that all, Mrs. Messina?
Yes, that's all.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for staying awake and joining us. And I was correct, by the way, that you're going to bag the trees that you're going to donate, right?
Yes.
Great. Thank you again.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Okay, so any other members of the public? No. Okay. So does any other member of the commission want to add to this? This is your chance to do commentary. Nope. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hine. I also, once again, thank you for your contribution, as I thank Mr. McRae, as well as all the people who contributed on this task force. You guys were just awesome. Thanks again. Mr. Bristol is in the audience now. I think I saw him. Yes, there he is. Okay, so we can have Mr. Bristol now can present at on 31 Sawmill for the final site plan and special permit. Oh, she's charging her iPad. Hello, Mr. Bristol.
Oh, hello. You know, I had the last item on PCBA, and then this I would have paid you $1 million that this would have happened, and I was right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Christopher Bristol, representing the applicant, Terry Conrad, and her husband, Patrick Turner. Ms. Conrad is the owner of a medical skin care practice. It's just a medical office use. Actually, literally, while the pandemic lockdown was just starting, she reached out to us, and and she was an existing client, and she said, "Geez, we're going to have to plan around this. This is something that we're going to have to deal with. This is, who knows what's going to happen." So immediately started to explore having a home residential medical professional office out of her, relocating her practice to a portion of her home at 31 Sawmill Lane. The property, if you look at any of the maps that we have, it's almost surrounded by the Boy Scout property. So there's forest almost entirely around it. It's at the end of a very long access way. So it's basically from Sawmill Lane, there's a very long access way that goes to two rear lots, this property and its sister lot. And then on the other side, on the opposite side of the property from the Boy Scout land is basically I forget which brook it is. There's a brook. So there's a brook that goes down in topographical slope down. It goes to the brook, and then it continues. The land continues past the brook into a more slightly more densely developed portion of the neighborhood. The proposal is to have about a little less than 600 square foot portion of the second floor be this medical office. I sent some additional information to Mr. LaRoe this afternoon about the functioning of the practice. It's the doctor, it's the one assistant and one office manager. So there's basically 3 people that are manning the shop. They see between 4 and 9 patients a day. There's almost never more than 2 there at any one time. There's 1 overlapping, if that. Usually it's spaced out. That for a 1 doctor practice would require 7 parking spaces. I submitted a survey. We have ample land area to meet the standard. If you look at the site, there's ample land area for the parking, especially in the garage area that's near the end of the house where we propose to have the access. I didn't have time to have a surveyor lay out the parking spaces on a plan, so I was going to request that, given that it's pretty obvious we have enough space for seven cars, that we, as a condition of approval, would be able to submit a plan to you showing those spaces for the record.
Well, I mean, actually, one of the things that we had discussed, since this is in a residential zone and it's a home, it's a residential medical, that we did not want you to stripe these.
Well, I thought I took it to mean that you wanted to lay it out on a plan to confirm that.
We want you to show us that the cars will fit, but we don't want it striped. We don't want it to look commercial, because that we see as being in opposition to our regs. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, which is fine with us. That's what I was referring to, showing on the plan. Okay. So we have that. I gave you the operation information. The hours are 9 a.m. to 6, depending on the number of clients, and appointments by weekends only. In terms of the screening of the use, again, if you look at the maps, the GIS maps, or I'm not sure if they made it way into the record, I sent some Google Earth aerials of the area. If you look at it, again, there's this property and its sister property. On the one, it's literally surrounded by 75 or 80 acres of Boy Scout forest property, and then there's Sawmill Lane, which is or a long driveway off of Sawmill Lane, and then there's a brook. And then there's an embankments and a topographical change, and then there's a neighborhood after that. So if you look at it, that's literally the closest thing. I think it's pretty clear that it's well screened from both the sister property as well as basically the next closest neighbors, which would be if you sort of jumped across the driveway, jumped across the brook, and then jumped to the neighborhood further in that direction. And I don't have the map in front of me to say what direction. But by virtue of the topographical change and its situation where the property is situated, and even the parking spaces, which are going to be basically between the house and the garage and this low wall, and maybe along the driveway a little bit, I think it's pretty clear that it's all the screening is going to be taken care of. It's not going to adversely impact anybody. We're meeting the standards of less than 700 square feet. There's the confirmed no other accessory uses. We've already confirmed in writing that we're going to abandon the elderly affordable unit, although it didn't have a CO, so it's questionable whether with the status. So that would be anyway. I heard that. So regardless, that's going to go. And I was confirming that there's no other accessory uses on the property. I think there's an outbuilding there, so there's nothing there as well. So this is it.
Dave, you had a question? Dave, did you have a question? You're muted. Dave, you're muted, but you just looked like you had a question. That's why I'm. Dave?
No question.
Okay, you sat forward all of a sudden as if you wanted to say.
Okay.
So that's kind of it? That's your presentation?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the presentation. Okay. I'm happy to field questions.
Anybody else, anybody on the commission have comments on this?
Mr. Bristol, just a quick question. Had the property owner considered any signage on the street? This is a rear lot, so the presence
I
on the
asked
street.
I asked her about that. She it's something very small. She understands it's very limited. I mean, I have to see what the number looks like off the street, but there might be a little something there, as well as probably a little wall thing that next to the entrance where you'd go in. We recognize it's very limited, and we don't. She doesn't have a proposed design or anything. It was literally going to be identifying the property. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to ask Nick. I think that we should see that.
Yeah.
It should just have staff see it. We're not asking you to go anywhere, but
the signage.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to ask you to show it to staff. We're not going to ask you to go any farther with it, but if you're going to identify that that's a doctor's office, when you are ready to do that, if you just get a staff sign off from it, on it. Okay, anybody else have any comments? And we're down to the last bitter few in the public, but I'm going to ask the public if there are any comments. At this point, we outnumber the public. Well, there's one more application. Oh. So does anybody from the public have comments? No, they don't. Okay. If you guys are all comfortable, I think we could close this application.
Yes.
Yes.
Okie dokie. So we will close this application. Seeing no objection, we will close this application. With that, we move to our last item of the night, which is going to be a discussion item as well. Subject to, it's a pre-application review for Pet Pantry Super Discount Stores at 281 Railroad. And I assume that I have to move Mr. Jacobson up.
Mr. Haslam.
And Mr. Haslam. Do you have Haslam?
I see him.
I got him. Okay, I got him. Okay. And Mr. Haslam, you're kind of in the dark. There you are. You're a little bit in the dark, but it's working. And Mr. Jacobson, I'm just going to unmute you in case you want to chip in.
Unfortunately, my lighting, it's either all or nothing. You've had a lot of fun this day, so
it's okay. You know.
Officially backlit.
Okay.
Chip Haslam for the applicant. And Adam Jacobson's a member of the Jacobson family that owns the Pet Pantry franchises, or stores, I should say. And you will recall that there was a very nice and large pet pantry that was across the street and is now being built upon by CLNP, and that pet pantry was displaced. So they've been looking for another place to put the pet pantry in that general area, and have a contract with CLNP to purchase this property, which is currently being used by CLNP to store various items such as large spools of wire, and there's containers and things like that nature in there. The concept is to build 5,000 square feet plus or minus of retail space, which would hopefully be used by Pet Pantry in part or in whole, and then have 12 units above of residential spaces. The idea was to come in under the old 6-110, but we didn't make it in time before you started moratorium. So we've been thinking about it ever since. Met with Katie. We had a workshop with various town departments back in March. And we've been kind of pushing and asking if we couldn't do a pre-app with you folks. And finally, here we are. So we know that your moratorium isn't over until November, but we're getting close to that period of time. And we thought maybe if we presented our thoughts as to this particular project, it might actually help you folks in coming to some thoughts about what you might have 6-110 look like down the road. Not necessarily as it applies to this project, but what works. So we're looking for some feedback from you over whether you think this is an appropriate use of this space, and if there's any improvements we could possibly make that anticipating changes to 6-110, you think would be viable. I don't know if Pat, if you could call up there's a concept site plan. If you just pull it up for a second, that might help. And it has the zoning chart on it. Again, this is just conceptual. No, that's the old survey done by Northeast Utilities. When the approved part, there you go. Two properties merged right there. Thank you. So it's 281 Railroad Avenue. It's also known as 0 Woodland Avenue in the tax records. It is bisected by it's GB, where it's Railroad Avenue, and in the rear, it was previously in the P zone, which now no longer exists. And I believe under the regulations, it therefore reverts to an R6. And in one of our early, in the workshop that we had with the various town departments, we were encouraged very strongly to try to keep the building itself in the GB zone, which is what Lucio DeLeo has done here. He's the architect. Lucio, I think, is on this Zoom as well. And then the rear, the R6, we would be dependent somewhat on 6-141, taking one non-conforming use and turning to another less non-conforming use, i.e. taking it from a very impacted site used for storage by CLNP and creating instead parking for the commercial and residential uses. The plan is currently proposed works very well in the sense that we would really only be looking for some relief under the regulations under the former 6-110 of the number of stories going up to the old number would have been 4 versus 3, which is normally permitted in the zone. The height going up to 47 feet, whereas on the old 6-110, you could do 47 feet 6 inches. Although again, we may want to play with that depending on what you come up with under the new 6-110. We may want to go higher if that's permitted. And the FAR, which would normally be 50, and under the old 6-110 would be allowed to go up to as much as 90. We currently have it around 0.63. So I think it works well for this site. I think it's respectful of the neighboring residential properties, but fits into the landscape of the Railroad Avenue, generally the streetscape, and the other commercial buildings that are on that streetscape. We would use the averaging to get the building to come forward so that, and there is the other commercial buildings meet the requirements of the averaging, so we'd bring that forward a little bit. We would have garage space for the residential units underneath the building. And you can see on the right-hand side that there's a ramp going down to the parking beneath. Somebody have a question? No? Okay.
No.
There is a 10-foot wide right-of-way, which you can see as portrayed in gray, a strip, which is on the western side of the property, and that serves that middle R6 property. And so we would want to work with the owner of that property to see if we could reconfigure that so that possibly we could close off access to Woodland Avenue altogether, although that's again something for discussion, and that'd be something that would be subject to that person's agreeing to having the straight access out to Railroad Avenue rather than out to Woodland Avenue. But obviously that would be a plus if we could do it for that residential street and close that off. There's some other things we have to deal with, which is such as screening, et cetera. But I think in general, it works, and we would be able to get, as currently proposed, 12 units of housing, rounding up, that would be 3 of moderate income, depending on how you eventually reword 6-110. That's essentially the concept. We don't have any real elevations yet. We've been working on it. I think there's some ways to keep the roof line low so that it has the appearance of being more like 3.5 rather than 4 stories. But generally, I think it's a great site for this kind of use, and I think it's really creative with the way Lucio has combined the residential and the retail, and hopefully has found another new home for Pet Pantry. But I think it fills a gap, and as I said, I think the property as it's currently used right now, it's just a storage yard, is probably underutilization, but certainly more impactful on the neighborhood generally. So we welcome your comments and thoughts.
Go guys, everybody jump on in.
Mr. Haslam, what was the access easement again for? That's for the rear of those R6 properties?
I believe it's just, it serves that middle R6 property. And there's kind of a rear access driveway for them, which comes down from Woodland Avenue. So you see right above the GB on the west, there's an R6 property. It's that property. It's a 10-foot wide right of way. Right.
And that's actually, it's an easement on your property for their driveway.
That's correct. Yep.
My concern is traffic on Railroad Avenue, and having this entrance so close to Railroad Avenue, I would look at switching it and coming down the east side versus the west side, because you're pretty close. And, I think you, especially now with Granos building almost kitty corner to this and all the retail, this is getting pretty intensive from a traffic perspective. And I'm not worried about the 10 units or the 12 units. I think it's the retail in and out.
Okay.
So Mr. Fox, in a sense, actually just kind of mirror it over.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get the driveway away from the intersection.
Right. So if it's on that east side, is actually next to the restaurant.
Yeah, I think you would just flip it.
Yeah, it does, and the restaurant doesn't have a.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that next to? Is the restaurant next to you? The old gas station.
Yeah, that's the one.
I mean, it also, if you could talk about, some kind of code driveway or something like that, I think it would be an interesting way to clean it up, because that's a little interesting space as well.
Okay.
Mr. Haslam, just not to get ahead of ourselves, but I think one thing to consider from knowing from previous experience about putting garages underground, I would suggest maybe the applicant take a really hard look at that, make sure that's really actually viable. I think we've looked at some really nice developments that had issues with digging the hole, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Really do the soil bearings where groundwater is, because you don't want to get too far into this and then deal with some other applications that are coming back because you can't afford to build it.
I've got a little bit of comment on, and I would like you guys, I know Mr. Haslam has sat in on a couple of our planning sessions and stuff, so I think he knows where we're headed with 6110. So, but I want to make another comment. You're talking about 12 apartments, and there's no outdoor space here. There's no handy park close by. And I would consider just giving some sort of figuring out how you do some sort of recreation space, roof. And honestly, since you're going to have a better sense of how to go with design on this, but just that your spaces allow for adequate social distancing if it seems like it's necessary. I mean, I don't know where the world's going to go, but the first thing would be recreational. What about other commissioners? Do you want to comment on this proposal of 4 stories, 47-foot height, and an FAR of 0.63 in terms of general feedback?
Can I just make just a more pointed question along those lines?
Sure thing, Mrs. DeLuca.
Which is that I don't know if Mr. Haslam does know the direction. And it's all public meetings, so I'm not saying anything out of turn, of course. But looking at reduction of the height and of the FAR than what is there now. And I'm just kind of curious what the commission's take is on the proposed use of 141. So I mean, I don't think that means you could build something higher than the regulations allow for, but I think it's worth kind of hashing that out a little bit. And if you go back through Woodland and then up and around, you could probably get to the parking at Town Hall within a 5-minute walk.
Okay, so you're saying you could get that park. Okay, good point.
Yeah.
So that's a nice idea. I
wanna
like that.
Explore
Go
the
ahead.
141 thing a little bit, just because.
I'm very uncomfortable with that as well.
Okay.
And the reason being, this 141 is not anything that impacts use of the neighborhood. It is in no way. I've never seen anybody coming in and out of that piece of property. I've never seen traffic there. It's just kind of dead zone. So you're going to go from dead zone to something more active. And I'm struggling with the 141.
Okay, I think that it's a little more active now, but I think there's also a consideration the fact that it was formerly a P zone. And by once you did away with the P zone, reverting to the R6, I think that this would be been one example of a P zone, which was kind of a good use of the P zone versus the poor use of the P zone. But it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
The commission did not like P zones.
Right. But that's what it was previously. And so I think there was a consideration of that kind of use of parking use in this area before. And as I said, we took pains to make sure that the building was outside of the now R6 area, and that the rest of it would be fairly passive. I have to say too.
Wait 2 seconds, Mr. Haslam. Mrs. DeLuca, since you raised the 141 question, would you mind giving your own thoughts on it?
Well, I mean, you kind of you nailed it, which is, how it's a use issue, number one. So you have to finding that it would be less detrimental to the neighborhood. And obviously, we can't get into the ins and outs of that per se right now, but I think you raised the valid point. But I was more thinking, and I'm not even sure if this is what Mr. Haslam was thinking, hence the reason I'm trying to kind of flesh it out of him, what he's thinking here. But the regulation, let's just say for the sake of argument, is not going to allow you to do what you are proposing here. So if that's the case, are you suggesting that the commission use 141 in some way, or no, you're not suggesting that, right?
He can't, because he doesn't have density. So the issue right now is your FAR, if it's a matter of public record, you can go to our meetings, you can hear what we've said. Your FAR should be okay if you're looking at 0.63 and an underlying 0.5. Yeah. Your height and your stories, Nick?
I'd like to see what he has in mind, what the applicant has in mind, because I think to me it's that you've got that setback from the street of 15 feet. You're surrounded, on 3 sides by R6. There's a lot to kind of look at here. Again, is it that issue that maybe instead of it actually being straight onto the street like this, is it rotated 90 degrees? So, and set back into the site a little bit more. I would be actually concerned a lot about the edge buffer. Specifically against the R6 back on Woodland, that kind of thing. This is kind of an odd space because it's a through lot from GB to R6. So what happens in the back?
What about having an exit in the back, or an entrance in one side and exit in the other? I know it's into a residential area, but how would that play out?
I think actually, Mr. Lowe, we'd be kind of back to the same situation we were talking about out in Riverside. And Woodland Avenue is actually a very nice street. It's probably actually going in both directions from this point. You're going to be going up hills in both directions. But at the far end, each side is a stop sign. One comes out on the lower end of Field Point, which is a real cut through right to from downtown right to out to 95. The other end of Woodland actually is a stop on the middle of the hill of Soundview. So it's kind of odd. So if I'm actually exiting out of here, I get onto Woodland and then I get to a stop sign in both locations. And I'm not too sure if that's actually a benefit to the site, or I think it'd be a true detriment to people on Woodland Avenue itself.
Well, I would suspect that, but I was just wondering if the concern was entering and exiting onto Railroad Avenue and the congestion that created, if there was a relief valve in the back. But I certainly appreciate the residential impingement.
It might be that there's something we could do with making access to the residential units from Woodland and access to the commercial parking from Railroad Avenue. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out.
But if you've got to be careful because didn't we just say that the back part of this lot is R6?
Yes.
Okay, so you can't have 6110 in the R6. So first of all, you're going to have to rezone it to all GB.
Well, that would be the access area I'd be using now because I'd have my residential parking. That's what you're saying, right? Okay.
I mean, even if you've got the parking, you're going to have to. You don't want to spend hours convincing us that the parking isn't part of the 6110.
Okay.
So you're going to have to rezone it, which I don't see as spot zoning because you're in a split zone and we don't like split zones.
Yeah, but you can't rezone from residential. Commercial though.
I'm sorry, Kate, could you say that again?
Yeah, going from commercial to resident, going from residential to commercial is a no. So I don't know how one would do that. I mean, hence the reason why he's got the whole building in the front.
Right.
But how does he make the? Oh, wait. When you do if you do parking below ground, it's going to be under the building, right?
Correct. And that was going to be for the residential parking.
Okay, so that's where you use your that's where you use your 141, that you currently have a commercial parking use on this lot. You have a commercial use on part of this lot. So the part that's R6 is a non-conforming use, and we would continue that parking non-conformity. That's what you're thinking, right?
That's what I was thinking.
I got it. Okay. In that case, I'm okay with the 141 as long as you keep it that narrow.
Okay. That's what I was thinking.
Okay. If you're keeping it that narrow, that makes total sense to me because you have that exact use right now and you're continuing it.
Right.
Katie, are you good with that?
Yep.
Okay. Then the 6110 and its parking have to be in the GB.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That works.
Okay. I probably misspoke when I said that one non-conforming use is making it a less different non-conforming use. It is still the same non-conforming use, and but you get it.
Okay, and we just have to, and you've got to convince us when you come in that that's not more, that it's not more, I'm blanking on the word, but you know what I mean.
Impactful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next thing is, and the commission's being gentle with this, but I'm just going to go right ahead and spit it out, which is assume that our 6110 may not be as generous on height and on stories as it is right now. So you may have to lop off a story.
I tried to follow your workshops on this, and I think
I know.
made most of them, but I have to admit, on occasion, I've gotten Mr. Mackey's diagrams particularly are too sophisticated for me to follow. But so I'm a little unsure of where you're heading. I will tell you that speaking to my client and his father, who's in commercial real estate in the city, what's going to drive the market from in the future, for foreseeable future, is that residential units are basically going to augment the income for commercial properties, and you're not going to have commercial spaces without residential units. So they are very keen on trying to get as many residential units as they possibly can in here. And I think the FAR though is relatively low, so that's a good thing. Again, I guess I'm thinking that maybe there's back to, I think Mr. Macri had an idea at one point of you got certain bonuses. If you did this but not that, you got this but not this, and that kind of thing, where we might be able to go up another story, recognizing the fact that we're under, say, 0.75 FAR, something like that.
So just bear in mind that we know that, we know that there are communities that have inclusionary zoning and don't even give a bonus for doing a moderate income.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that we've spent a whole lot of time researching that. So we know that Greenwich is more expensive. We're going to try to do something, but the general direction of this is going to be of less massing. And that's basically what we've been saying in the public meeting. So if you've just got the ability to not freak out when we try to take a story off of you, that would be good.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just saying that you might end up at not getting a full 4. I don't know where the commission's going to go, but those topics have been discussed, as has the 47-foot height. So just, I would do that as a back pocket because Nick, unless you have some thoughts, because Nick has been doing our drawings.
I know.
I have a general question, Mr. Haslam. I know the sort of history here is the family is in the pet food business and been successful at it. But in the absence of that, had they considered doing this as only residential?
I don't know. They've really been on the look or search for a place for their commercial business to replace the one they lost at this location.
And sorely missed. I mean, just to add to the dialogue, for those of you that weren't here when Eversource was taking back the pet pantry site, the old pet pantry site on Railroad, I think the entire town came to our meetings. There was massive support for Pet Pantry. It is a family-owned business that is greatly admired and loved. And we really do want to be supportive of you retrieving this location. But I'm just saying, good to have residential, but just bear in mind that the commission is trying to cut back on the size of these 6110 proposals based on what we started getting when we were giving the incentives.
Okay, well, that's why we're here tonight, to get feel from you.
And just to go back to my question, it's kind of my sense that you, on a per square foot basis, your residential might be more profitable than your retail.
Yep, my sense too.
And just as again, purely real estate matter, the family might enjoy a better return, but as everyone else is saying, you don't get the pet pantry in this end of town.
This was clearly an effort to the 2 birds with 1 stone.
Mm-hmm.
And that was appealed to them.
Correct. You hit the nail on the head. That's exactly right. And it's
I'm sorry, Mr. Harvard, I think actually it'd be an interesting discussion amongst ourselves as to the viability of residential these days, residential apartments, understanding what's really happening in our real estate market and what we were always talking about during POCD. Because to me, I'm looking at the floor plans here in front of me, and getting 12 units that are about 1,000 square feet or a lot less. 1,400 is the biggest unit, and I'm just wondering is this the best use of everything as we discuss it amongst ourselves?
Great question, Mr. McRae. Dave, would you mind sharing that article? Would you mind talking about that article you shared today?
I think it was a Sunday or New York Times just talked about the boom that suburban apartments had enjoyed, people moving out of major metropolitan areas. And they really focused on a close-in basis to us on Stamford, and a young lady who had moved from a 400 square foot apartment in the East Village to this wonderful apartment in Stamford where she had a water view and actually didn't have to do all of her work sitting on her bed. So there seems to be, a boom on the apartment side as well as the more highly publicized boom in single family, which we pay more attention to, I guess. But Mr. Haslam, this was an article in the New York Times.
He agrees. I'm not sure I saw that article, but I do read the Times regularly. But I'm well aware of this, generally speaking. And actually, I have two of my children live in New York City, and I wish they would move out here, quite frankly, because they're working out of their apartments right now. But yeah, I think there's an opportunity. And also, what I like about this particular property is you're very close to the railroad station. If in fact we do go back to a situation where people are commuting, but you're also very close to the park by the ferry, Roger Sherman Baldwin. There are some amenities immediately in the area too, as well as Greenwich Avenue is right around the corner too. So it does have some certainly some attractions to it that I think would for young adults would be.
I actually asked, but go ahead, Dave.
I just say I do want to encourage you with the 0.62 FAR and the underground parking appeal to me quite a bit. But I'm almost curious, given that lower FAR and the underground parking, that you've got something that's as tall as this. And that's just a matter of design that, an architect like, Nick would know much more about than I. But I'm just, again, kudos for the lower FAR and the subterranean parking. And I guess the only other way to do this would be 3 stories with a bigger footprint.
Yes. Or what Nick McRae was raising to you was consider making bigger units, because it sounds like there could be a demand for more space. Your call, but that makes them profitable to you, and you can lop off some of the height and stories maybe. But again, that's not our business, how you market it and make money. We're just throwing out ideas. That's why I asked Dave to talk about that article.
Yeah, I just one thought on that. There are lots of articles that are coming out that have been prompted by COVID and the trend, and now people are making all kinds of assumptions. But I don't think any of us are, very good prognosticators to determine what life is going to look like a year or 2 years or 3 years from now. And if you're making decisions about building things, I just don't think any of us know. And you're right, that's not our responsibility either. But.
Right. Well,
okay.
I think my client is. I was actually on the phone with Adam Jacobson's father today too, Barry Jacobson, who is very big in real estate in New York City. So I think he has a sense of the market, if anybody does. But again, we have no idea what's coming down the road the next few years. And everyone takes a certain amount of risk in doing these things. But I like the idea, and think clients certainly did too, of combining their need to find a space for pet pantry with the housing and the moderate income aspect of it as well. So I think that's some good input. Somebody want to add anything else, or?
No, but I would definitely sit in the next time we talk about 6110. It'll be at a planning meeting, not at an affordable housing meeting, because we're not considering that in the same bucket right now. So I would definitely just sit in on that public meeting or check in with Katie and Pat and find out.
Try to watch both of them, but yeah.
I mean, and I know we yak a lot and we go back and forth. So you might be more time effective for you just to reach out to staff and find out what we said.
Okay, can I just ask Adam if he has any questions on my client?
Adam, I think you're free to talk if you want to talk. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I want to thank you guys for your time. I mean, I know some of you personally, not only from your positions in the town, but also as patrons of the business. I myself have been working in Greenwich in that business for over 25 years. We take the legacy of the Pet Pantry very seriously. This year, we actually hit our 75th year as a Greenwich-based, independent, family-owned business. And I certainly know the change that the town has gone on since I got involved 25 years ago, and the amount of mom and pops and the general feel of the town and the transition to what it's become today. But this location for us and losing the location at 290 Railroad was a very difficult transition for the company financially. It's one that we still have yet to recover from fully. And we desperately want to return the legacy of Pet Pantry into that part of the town. If for some reason we could have no other stores but this one store at 281, it would solidify the entire legacy of that business. The former owners as servicemen and honoring their commitments to the town as well as ours. And all we're trying to do really is bring Pet Pantry back to that side of town. But we are aware of the financial changes in the markets. We're also aware of how the banks are handling financing of projects. It's getting ever more increasingly difficult to work with the banks, even on projects like this. They're requiring a tremendous amount more of cash equity into each property that's being developed. And it needs to make economical sense. If for some reason the fear of going up into an extra story is because of aesthetics, that people have kind of handled that in town, we were thinking of approaching it, using mansard roofs and making it much more in line with some of the other residential architecture. But we're sensitive to the fact of not putting a box up that has no aesthetic value from the street and to the community. And you can see in the building we did build in Riverside, we put a lot of effort and time into putting a building together that we can be proud of. And with your guidance, I'm sure we can find something that would be appropriate to the town, and hopefully allow us to come through this financially to make it make sense to build this building and return our company to this side of town.
Adam, Mr. Jacobson, I'm going to be very honest with you. The reason we're redoing 6110 is because we got our heads clobbered. We got our heads beat in for just the sheer magnitude of the buildings. The community was just not supportive. We wanted to expand moderate income housing, and the community was not supportive of the trade-off. So we've been trying to rethink the trade-off to get to something that everybody can live with.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. And do I have any? No. We're taking public comment, but I don't think we've got anybody left in the public. Lucho DeLeo is your architect.
Yep.
There's the press is here, or media, I should say. Mr. Brower is still here. So I don't think we have anybody from the public. Raise your hand if anybody wants to speak to this. Okay. All right. So with that, thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it very much.
And with that, we end our meeting, except that we are going to make some quick decisions. Nick, if it's okay with you, why don't we do, I think this will be okay with you. Let's leave the one on which you're recused for the last, and I'll do that quickly after you leave.
Yeah, great, perfect, fantastic. Okay, so let's start with Sawmill.
Okay.
That was a little bit more complicated, I think. Gotta make sure we get all the bits and pieces on this one. 31 Sawmill Lane, final site plan special permit, PLPZ 2020-109. Applicant is requesting final site plan special permit to use portion of a residence as a resident medical professional office in the RA1 zone. Commission finds zoning issue comments on 62320 concerning accessory building use. Health Department has issued comments 7/30/20 indicating department satisfaction with outstanding concerns. With that, therefore, motion to approve the application for final site plan special permit following conditions. Prior to zoning permit sign off, the applicant should provide a site map indicating the number of and location of the required parking. On the same map, the applicant is to provide the number of personnel on the site and hours of operation.
I think we need to go deeper than that. We just need to be very clear what the regulations allow, and that the applicant has represented that they will not exceed the 2 non-resident employees, full stop, because that's what the regs say.
Perfect, whatever. Yeah, that works for me.
Okay.
Okay, actually, applicant should provide compliance verification with accessory uses. Applicant will need to remove the accessory unit and confirm that no other accessory uses exist on the site prior to zoning permit sign off.
Andy, Margarita.
What?
Huh?
Trying to get in.
Oh, Andy's trying to get in. Andy, Andy, how did you fall out?
Sorry, Nick.
Okay.
Sorry, Nick. Andy, how did you fall out of the meeting?
My computer crashed.
Oh my gosh, it's been a bad night.
It overheated. It was on so long.
Oh yeah.
Dog,
Okay.
The dog
Did you
ate
just?
homework too.
You know, Dave, it looked like you just hit Andy on the head from here. Go ahead, Nick. Sorry for us rowdy people.
Oh, where was I? In any signage program is to be submitted to P&Z staff for review. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Okay. Anybody have any comments? Any ads? Nope. Do I have a second? Okay, nobody's second. Okay, Hardman has seconded that. All in favor? And I'm going to start with Fox
Yes.
and Hardman.
Yes.
Yeski,
Aye.
McRae,
Aye.
Albin is aye. Okay, so that item is 5-0. Patrick, do not yawn at us. We know we're boring. So now we have all the text amendments, and then we'll let Nick go. Do you want to start from the top or the bottom?
Bottom, text amendment, walk-in medical clinics, PLPZ 2020-239. This amendment will modify section 6-552 of the building zone regulations. Commission finds that the suggested revisions are in keeping with the objective 6.4 of the 2019 POCD. Therefore, a motion to approve the text amendment as written.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And there were no nays, so I forgot to call it by name, sorry. Okay, so we move on to the next one.
Okay, buffer plantings we were going to keep open, correct?
We left it open, yes, sir, we did. So the
that
next
was
one is
easy.
going to be the pre-application review
Text
process.
amendment, pre-application review process, PLPZ 2020-223. Amendment will modify section 613, 14, 15, 16.1, 17, and 622 of the building zone regulations. Commission finds that the suggested revisions are in keeping with objectives 4.1 and 4.1A and 5.2 of the 2019 POCD. Therefore, motion to approve the text amendment as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Fox seconds. Yeski,
Aye.
McRae,
Aye.
Fox,
Aye.
Hardman,
Aye.
Albin, aye. I forgot to say. Okay, and with that, it's 5-0. The last one is for the text amendment for the accessory housing.
Text amendment, accessory dwelling units, PLPZ 2020-222. This amendment will modify section 699, conversion to accessory housings of the BZR. Commission finds the suggested revisions are in keeping with objective 2.3 and 2.4 of the 2019 POCD. And section 699A3A concerning it. Section 6-99A 3A concerning the additional parking should can be added back in. Got that right, Katie? I think that's what I'm.
Yes, the parking in the front yard should not be
Right.
deleted, that section. yeah.
Okay.
Do I have a second? Oh, sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Therefore, motion to approve the text amendment as amended.
Second.
Fox seconds. McRae,
Aye.
Fox,
Aye.
Hardman,
Aye.
Yeski,
Aye.
Albin, aye. 5-0 for that one. And with that, we say goodnight to Nick. And we go to, and we now go to 6 Meadowcroft Lane, which is okay, I just lost my place. Sorry, guys.
Number 12, Madam Chair.
Yep, I got it. Which is a final site plan and special permit to enclose an existing first floor covered patio, etc. This application adds 441 square feet of patio at the same time. Since this is occurring, the applicant has agreed to planting an equivalent versus based on the conservation comments, and you can put the whole thing in a sentence that is clear, to compensate for the loss, for the hydrologic benefit with the loss of the impervious, with the loss of the pervious surface. In addition, the applicant has provided a green area number as existing of 91.5%. And thus, with the addition of the 441 square feet, shall remain compliant. The IWWA issued a green sheet on 7/20. Health concurred on 8/20. The ZEO had no comments as of 9/1/2020. There is a drainage exemption on this project because it is less than 500 square feet of impervious. Conservation comments have been integrated by the commission and were dated 9/2/20. And that covers it. And any other outstanding staff and departmental comments shall be addressed as appropriate. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okie dokie. Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Hardman,
Aye.
Mr. Fox.
Aye.
Wait, who am I missing?
Aye.
Oh, Nick is gone. Low, thank you.
Aye.
And Albin is aye, and that's 5-0. You know, I do it by where the Hollywood squares are, but the Hollywood squares jump around a lot. You know, the little boxes? Okay.
There we go.
Thank
Okay,
you.
you guys. Thank you, everybody. Sorry it went so late. Bye.
night.
Bye, all.
Good night.
Good night.